feel miles away. Make your plans now at visitmichigancitylaporte.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BACK to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BACK to 42424. That's BACK to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is Tyler and Shay. Tyler and Shay.
I know you're gonna dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Always streaming on the ESPN Chicago app.
Check this out.
Good morning, Tyler and Shay. Tyler Rocky with the day off. He's on his golf trip in Michigan, having a good time. So Shay Norling flying solo with you once again. Jake Santos behind the glass this morning. And I had a show planned out. I have a Cubs question for you, the people, as I typically do in the summer months. I think there's some pressing issues we got to get to with your Chicago Cubs. 312-332-3776. If you want to weigh in on that in just a little bit. But going to start someplace different. And no, it is not the Blackhawks using 3 first-round picks for the third time in however many years. Another high schooler that everybody gets to wait 3-4 years for. Boy, do I wish some team in this town would have a little more urgency to build a winner right now. But if you like what the Blackhawks are doing, you like what the Blackhawks are doing. Bulls, forget it. I'm not going to – one thing I'm not going to do, Jake, I'm not going to sit here and do Bulls breakdown again. I've had enough. It was 2 days of Bulls breakdown and people bitching about Noah Senge and the front office not knowing what they're doing. I've had enough of it. I can't do any more. And frankly, I don't think people care that much. It's just the apathy has grown to a level. So I want to try something a little different. And it stems from what happened when I got into this office today. I have a few pet peeves. I'm going to tie this into sports, and I want to get your take on it. 312-332-3776. I'll give you the question in a moment, but I want to throw the number out. I got into this office this morning. One of my biggest pet peeves is showing up to work and nothing works the way that you expect it to. And it seems to happen here at a relatively regular basis. I'm not blaming anybody. Technology blows. You love it when it works, but when it doesn't, it just irritates. And it is somehow, whenever I come into this place, something isn't working. Whether I can't connect to the Wi-Fi or use a printer. I mean, every morning I come in, I try to print out all the stuff for the show. Come to find out, the printer isn't connected. None of what I printed 20 minutes ago is on the tray where you expect it to be. So there's another 10 minutes I could have been using doing something else that I got to figure out how to fix the printer and get everything to print. So to make a long story short, I come in this morning and I'll pull the curtain back. There's a TV we use here. It's connected to a computer behind the glass, and it posts all the phone calls on what we call a call screener. I can see the name, I can see where you're calling from, and I might see a little bit of what you want to talk about so I can kind of organize things in my mind of how I want to go to people. That computer wasn't working. And Jake had no clue why. I'm not blaming Jake. I'm not blaming management. I'm not blaming anybody. The computer is a POS. It didn't work. I come in and it looks like Windows 95 is running on the thing. It's in a resolution I haven't seen since 2004, like standard def on a widescreen monitor. The thing looks like it's gone through hell. I don't know what's going on. I can't get the other monitor to connect. So when I get into work and I'm trying to do the final touches on a Cubs topic that I want to start the show with, instead, I'm behind the glass on my hands and knees fiddling with these little connectors, trying to figure out just what the hell can get this computer to work. And it frustrates me beyond belief because it's every day. It is, bar none, my top work pet peeve. I want to come in and have what I need to do my job ready to go. And today, I didn't. I'm a little hot about it. And I know people out there can relate on this. I know that, like, there is something that happens at your place of business or when you're watching games, because I'll tie this into the NBA in a minute, that just grinds your gears, that just bothers you to a point where you got to opt out. I said, you know what? I'm going to restart this thing, and if that doesn't work, then nothing's going to work. I can't figure out what's going on with this computer. I opted out.
It's been a little bit of a mess today, not going to lie. Some things have, I can't put up a podcast. There's a lot going on.
Tell me I'm like, this is a shared thing, right? Whether you care about your job or not is irrelevant. I don't care if you're a burger flipper at a fast food place just trying to make ends meet, if you're digging a ditch, whatever. If you're a high-powered finance executive, I think everybody relates the same to this. You want to have the equipment to do your job working when you show up to do your job. Nobody likes when it doesn't work. And it's a routine basis. Again, I'm not blaming people. I know things happen. And I know the people in this office work hard. I don't blame them for anything. But it just, man, when the computers aren't working, we live in a digital society now. I need the computer to work. I need the call screener. Or I can't effectively do my job. Especially, look, not for nothing. When I'm hosting solo, I don't have Tyler. I lean on the bank of phone calls a little bit more. I want to have conversations with people. It's part of why the whole reason I did this job was the idea that you could have some guy on the radio giving a sports take and you could just call him up and fight with him about it. I thought it was cool. I fell in love with it at a young age. I don't have a call screener. What am I supposed to do?
I'm going to help you out a little bit.
Thank you. Got. Jake, I appreciate it. And I know things are a little more difficult than usual, but we'll figure it out. We'll get through it. 312-332-3776. I told you I was going to tie this pet peeve thing into the NBA. I want to know what your biggest pet peeve is in sports. Like the thing that just sticks in your craw, that aggravates you when you're watching sports or as a fan, that the thing that just, maybe other people don't even care about it. It doesn't bother other people, but for you, it is 10 out of 10. You hate this. Because I'll tell you mine, and this shouldn't be a surprise. If you've listened to me on the morning show on Cap and J Hood for the past 3 years, you know I'm a bit of a geek. I'm a little bit of a weirdo when it comes to watching sports. Bad broadcasts bother me. Bad broadcasts bother me almost to the extent of computers not working when I show up to do my job. And this week was a perfect time for it. The NBA draft coverage on ESPN and ABC was the worst I have ever seen. Ever. It was awful. It was an embarrassment. And it's stunning because ESPN, frankly, does a really great job with the NFL draft coverage. Mina Kimes is excellent on the desk. Dan Orlovsky when she's involved. You get the college game day guys, Reese Davis, Kirk Herbstreit, people who I know have watched this game and called games and been around college football all year. They know the prospects inside and out. The NBA was a nightmare. Stephen A. Smith on the desk with Bob Myers on ABC. And Stephen A. has taken every opportunity he can get to not try to analyze draft picks or analyze the game or talk basketball. He's just getting rants off about organizational philosophy for the Philadelphia 76ers or ranting about a French player that he's watched 15 seconds of. To the point that Bob Myers, at one point on live television, said to Stephen A., you could never be a GM. And when Stephen A. asked why, Bob Myers said, how long you got? Oh, you didn't like that broadcast, so you flipped to ESPN. Let's see what the network has. You go over there, you got Malika Andrews calling a kid Colin Cowherd as he's getting picked. You've got people calling Brandon Miller, Brandon Ingram, or the other way around. They don't know the name of Baylor's head coach when they're talking about VJ Edgecombe. Oh, he had a great career under Drew Scott. One problem, VJ Edgecombe played under Scott Drew. The whole thing was astonishing. And it's been a problem even throughout the NBA playoffs where there's just, it's clear. Look, the TNT side of things with their show, I know that Chuck and Shaq aren't deep dive in tape, but there's a levity to it. There's a charm to it. I know what I'm getting when I tune into that show. It doesn't over the top bother me when Shaq says something about the Detroit Pistons coming out of nowhere to make the playoffs and says it's going to be great to have playoff games in Auburn Hills. Oops, they play in Detroit. With head coach Chauncey Billups. Oops, he's not with the organization. But when it's Shaq and Chuck, it doesn't bug me because I expect it. I know their show is different. It's not serious sports. It's these guys having a good time.
So the Portland Trailblazers select Colin Cowherd here. This is a young man.
That's what you were treated to on ESPN. Cedric Coward was called Colin Cowherd. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen draft coverage as bad as what we got this week. And I'm not trying to be insulting to anybody. I think Stephen A. is wonderful at what he does. I don't think it belongs on draft coverage. I'm sorry. I don't think that's a hot take. He's a debate show guy. He's fabulous at it. I find him entertaining. On draft coverage, give me somebody who can talk about what's going on. I don't need rants about how the Sixers are run so poorly. Or a rant on a French kid he's never watched. Or a rant on some college freshman I know he's never watched. I know most of the guys on that desk haven't watched. ESPN employs college basketball people. Put them on. It makes no sense. For a company that does NFL draft coverage as well as they do, to put that out for the NBA, it pissed me off. I had to watch it on mute. I was listening to Bleck and Abdallah on Wednesday night, and I had to watch this on mute. The coverage can't be this bad. It bothered me. And it got me thinking this morning when I walked in and the computers don't work. Do you have something in sports that maybe doesn't bother other people as much as it bothers you, but it sticks in your craw? A pet peeve that you just never have the ability to get over? And what is it? And I'd love to hear from you. 312-332-3776. Jake, you got something?
I do. I think for me, it's when umpires and refs make it about themselves. There's a amount of umpires that when they blow a call, the moment a player gets upset right there, when they step out of the box, walking back to their dugout, they turn around, they give them, some lip. That's fine. But the umpires that feed off of that bothers me.
Yeah.
It's really bad. And then they get in their face. Just say just go take a look at the film. That's fine. Go take a look at the film. You don't have to argue it. Nobody really knows if it was a ball or strike right then and there anyways.
The managerial ejections have just gotten absurd, too. I mean, I've seen so many of them this year. Counsell getting tossed a couple times when he didn't need to get tossed. The Nico Horner ejection. What are we doing? When that is making it about yourself. Nico Horner turns around and says, you're having a bad day. You're out of the game. Yeah. That's making it about you. It makes it harder to watch the game.
It does. And then when it comes to football for me, understand the football play and the action. When when guys get targeted, okay, and they're leading with the crown of their helmet, I get it. But when guys are trying to make a play on the ball and it's an accidental, their head kind of gets in the way, they crack helmets, it's fine. I've played football my entire life. I'm coaching it now. There's nothing more frustrating than seeing a kid who's making a great play on a ball or on the player to break it up and gets thrown out of a game, whether it's in college or in the NFL. So to me, right now, I would say the referees is number one for me.
Tyler and I have actually talked about that on Chicago's College Tailgate, the targeting penalty specifically. Get rid of it. I'm done. I've had enough. I get it. There will be instances where you have to throw a flag where, it's a Sean Taylor-style assassination attempt and somebody's flying into the head of a player who's totally defenseless. You have to do what you have to do. But the way that it's now, if you lead with the head remotely and you hit him in the shoulder, targeting. Or what are we doing?
What's worse is when the crowd reacts and then they just throw their yellow flag. Because they're afraid something happened.
Even if you want to keep the penalty, get rid of the automatic ejection.
Yeah.
You've got kids losing second halves and first halves of a game next week, or losing entire games because of a fringe targeting call. It's nonsense. That is one thing. Football's got problems with the penalties that make the sport hard to watch. College side, it's the targeting. NFL side, roughing the passer, I got no clue what you do with anymore. I have no idea. You're asking 350-pound linemen to be ballerinas and twist their bodies so that they don't fall on top of a quarterback. Otherwise, it's roughing the passer. Oh, you're trying to knock down a pass and on the follow-through, just graze the face mask of a quarterback? Roughing the passer. Enough. We got to relax with the penalties. I'll tell you one more. Jake, you just made me thought of this. It's actually on the baseball side. I think there are times in baseball, this will shock people if they're familiar listening to me, because I am an instant replay proponent. I'm a get the play right guy. I think baseball replay and challenges have jumped the shark in the way that coaches use them, in the way that managers use them. This should not be a tool to look at if on a steal attempt, if a player slides into the base and their hand bounces off the bag by 1/4 millimeter.
Correct.
Now we're looking at, he wasn't on the bag. Well, the tag was applied, so he's out. That should not be what replay is used for.
No, I get that.
It shouldn't. Oh, his jersey was missing the bag by a penis hair. We're not using replay for that. Can we stop?
Not yet. What are your thoughts though when they're going to use the automatic balls and strikes?
I love it. I want it now. I want it yesterday.
I don't understand why the umpires who already have an earpiece in them, why can't they just be told at that moment in their earpiece whether it was a ball or strike?
Well, I don't want that. So the way that it's used now is if you're not familiar with the ABS system in the minor leagues, the umpire calls balls and strikes, and you have the ability to challenge them.
Right.
And you will get 2 challenges per game, and if you are successful in your challenge, you keep it. So if you win all your challenges, you could have infinite. Takes about 12 seconds. It's 17 seconds pitch to pitch on average. It adds no time to the game, just gets the call right. I love that. I don't know why we don't have it at the major league level. And my pet peeve, actually, is Cap saying he doesn't want it. The old baseball purist who doesn't want automatic balls and strikes has become a pet peeve. We have the ability to get the call right. Let's just do it. 312-332-3776. What's your pet peeve in sports? I also have a Cubs question. We might get to the Bulls. I don't care. We'll see. Got 3 more segments of this. We'll see what happens. But CDGA golf show coming up at 9. I will be in for Tyler on that as well. So you'll get a lot of snorling this morning if you're listening to ESPN 1000's Tyler and Shay.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Today, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Thinking about buying your first home? Neighborhood Lending Services from NHS Chicago makes it possible. We offer affordable home loans, home improvement financing, and expert support, all from a trusted nonprofit with deep roots in your community. Let NLS take you to the next level in your journey to home ownership. Call us today at 773-329-4111 or visit our website at nhschicago.org. Select NLS Connect.
Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago is an equal housing opportunity lender. NMLS number 276722.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, sit with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yingling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yingling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
For over 20 years, Purple Wave Auction has been the trusted leader in online auctions, offering the easiest way to buy and sell equipment. From bulldozers to backhoes and combines to cranes, we host multiple weekly auctions in construction, ag, and fleet equipment. With our no reserve format and sell where it sits approach, you can bid on local equipment without waiting for far-off auction dates. Get registered for free and start bidding today at purplewave.com.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shay Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
It's Tyler and Shay. No Tyler Rocky today. He's still on his golf trip, so flying solo this morning with you, Shay Norling. 312-332-3776. I came in this morning. Some of the equipment wasn't working. I got really bothered by it. And it made me think of the NBA draft coverage and how bad it was, and how bad broadcasts have become such a pet peeve of mine. I'd like to hear from you. 312-332-3776. Your biggest pet peeve in sports today. Special guest calling in on the Yingling hotline, Jesse Rogers, with an answer to this. What's up, Jess?
I like that computer problems led to problems with the NBA draft. That's quite the line to draw there. But only you could do that, Jay.
It's a little bit of a leap, but I was talking to Jake about my pet peeves when I come into this office, and it made me think, what are the things in sports that just piss us off?
Yeah, there's plenty, right? So I'll give you one quick one broadcast-wise, and then I'll give you one that relates to my job. First of all, basically any NFL broadcast is just full of cliches. They all annoy me the same. They're just full of cliches. I wish the former player in the booth wouldn't be scared, and I think Aikman did this his first year. I wish they'd be less scared to talk about their playing days. I know people don't want to hear it every down, but there's nothing wrong with Tom Brady saying, "Oh man, back in 2007, I had the same exact situation, 3rd and 12. We ran a curl route because it fooled everyone." They don't do that enough, the former player in the booth. That's what's interesting to me, your playing days relating to the moment in time. They could do it on every play if they wanted, but they don't. You use it more, not less. That's my pet peeve there.
Tom Brady speaks only in cliche, too. Like, it's the only thing he brings to the broadcast. Same thing with Romo. Ooh, Jim. Yeah, just all of it. It makes me crazy.
But I feel like that first year Romo did do that more when he was predicting the plays and things.
Oh, he's excellent.
Yeah, and then he kind of went backwards into the cliches. So, like, use your expertise as a former player. No, I think they get worried. People are like, "Oh, who cares about your playing days?" But that's not what this is about. You don't sit there and talk about your 6 Super Bowls. You talk about the moment you're in that relates to the moment you're watching. So anyway, that's a fan of that I sit and watch, you know what I mean, compared to what I'm doing for my day job, which is being at games. So here's a reporter gripe. And I hope my other reporters don't take this poorly, because I'm not going to name names. But anyway, it really happens on the national stage. You know, if you get a local reporter, even like myself, dropped into a national playoff series, not local, but it happens all the time. When a reporter starts with the phrase, "What is it about your team?" fill in the blank. What is it about your team? Phil? There's nothing special about your team. I mean, once in a blue moon, there's something unique about your team. But, for example, what is it about your team that you guys are able to come back and win so many games? We're good. We have good hitters, and sometimes they hit early, and sometimes they hit late. They hit late more than teams with bad hitters. So that's why we score more. Or one of my favorites is, what is it about your team in the dugout? You guys seem to be talking all the time. All teams talk all the time. Once in a blue moon, maybe the 23 White Sox, hated each other and they didn't talk. All teams try to help each other out. Bad teams, good teams. So my answer to everybody out there is there's nothing unique about your team unless it's extremely unique and everybody sees it and it's obvious. So when you hear the phrase, "What is it about your team?" that's just a reporter being lazy.
Yeah, I feel like you hear it a lot, too. Like,
you do.
Because it's just the easiest, I'm going to say laziest question that you can ask, and you expect some deep thought answer. You're never going to get one. Like, the bad reporter question irritates me almost as much as bad coverage. Because what's the point of being there if you're just going to, what is it about your team that allows you to start games hot?
Yeah. I mean, at least that's a little bit closer to being specific. If you want to ask, okay, man, you guys really looked great in the first quarter with your scripted plays, but after that, ask a specific question. But yeah, the sort of open-ended, it means you didn't do your homework, because what is it about your team can partly be answered by homework ahead of time, but It's just an easy way of getting in. Me and another reporter, when we cover the playoffs, we always roll our eyes like from across the press conference whenever someone says, "What is it about your team, Dave Roberts, that you're on the verge of the World Series?"
I don't know.
I have showing
7 All-Stars.
Right. What is it about your team? Again, the question might work if it's, what is it about your team that you're only good on the road and nowhere else? Like, there has to be something specific and unique to ask it. But, you always get this
Jesse,
general.
You should do a sports reporting masterclass where you teach people the questions to ask.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm the guy that asked about, swinging for the lake, so I'm not Jesse either. Exactly. I got yelled at by Lou Piniella. I've gotten yelled at by every manager in town, so who says my questions are good? Of course, maybe they are good because that's when you get yelled at,
All right, Jess, thanks for chiming in. Appreciate it. What do you got
today?
Got
it, buddy. Good show. I'm driving to South Bend to watch my daughter in a little triple-header tournament. So I'm going to hit up Notre Dame in between the games, hang out a little bit. But she's playing 3 games there today, so I'm taking the day off of baseball.
Nice. Enjoy that. Stay cool.
All right. You got it. See ya.
See ya. All right, let's go to Jake in Oswego. Jake's up next. What's up, Jake?
Hey, what's up? My biggest pet peeve right now in sports is players trying to decide where they're going before the draft. Oh, it's so ridiculous.
The Ace Bailey. Yep.
Yeah, the fact that he's denying workouts is absolutely ridiculous to me. It's so crazy, and I'm only 18, and still it makes me mad. It really does.
Well, what the Jazz did was excellent, though. You don't want to work out for us, but we're going to draft you anyway. Oh, you're not happy now? Like, it just... The whole Ace Bailey situation is a disaster. Like, if you really read about it, they hired him and his mom, I think, hired an agent who had never been an agent before. And suddenly this guy's like, just trust me. You don't want to work out for these teams. I'll get you to where you want to be. Newsflash, you have no control.
Yeah, it's just, it was stupid, and I think it's going to ruin the NBA draft. And then, it's going to ruin it.
Well,
so
Jake,
thank you.
Yeah, of course. I'll say something. It's going to make some people mad. That's Deion Sanders' influence. Deion tried to do it with Shedeur. Now everybody wants to try to do it. How'd it go for Shedeur? You're a 5th-round pick. How'd it go for Ace Bailey? You're going to a city you didn't want to go to. Have fun, guys.
Man. That's how it works.
Let's get one more on this. Chase on the south side. What's up, Chase?
Yeah, what's going on, Shay? Hey, so I got one. I actually got a couple. I make it quick, though. One, when I was watching the Bulls post-game, post-live, I saw listen to Stacey King and Kendall Gill, and it's like they work for the Bulls, so you gotta agree everything the Bulls do. Like, oh, I love this pick. Like, I'm like, dude, the Bulls can pick me, and he'll love the pick. You know, it's just because they work
Chase,
for the Reinsdorf. So,
it's not just a problem here. It's not just a Reinsdorf problem. Sports media has become propaganda. Yeah, I mean, these guys, like some teams in baseball, their MLB beat writer is MLB.com. Or like, I'll just use a team here as an example, not that it's true, but it's like Cubs.com is the company that the beat writer works for. You will never get honesty out of that.
Yeah, and another thing is I'm sick and tired of the Lakers and Dallas Cowboys. Every time I look or get up, I keep seeing Dallas Cowboys and Lakers talk debate. It's like it's just exhausting. Seeing every time I look up, I keep hearing about the Dallas Cowboys. It's like you got all these important things going on. The NBA Finals is going on. Yet we're hearing about the Dallas Cowboys. It's Dak. Is this his big year? Like, come on. All this stuff going on in Lakers. It's LeBron. Like, you know, this is the coverage of the Lakers, LeBron, and the Dallas Cowboys. It seems like all ESPN get up and first take talk about. That annoys me, too.
Yeah, I know. Chase, that's it. That's what it is. It's been that way my whole life. Sunday Night Baseball has always been the Red Sox and the Yankees. The Cowboys have always been the lead story on NFL Live. Like, it's just that's my life. And the more I've gotten into this business, the more I've kind of understood the why of it. But the propaganda team reporters, that is kind of a new thing, and it will endlessly bother me. Just the regional sports network guys who are barred from saying anything bad about anybody. They have to sell you every player on the team is getting fitted for a gold jacket. It's ridiculous. The propaganda stuff that has infiltrated sports, I can't stand. We'll get one more. Mariano in Kenosha. What's up, Mariano?
What's going on? Biggest pet peeve right now would probably be just like all these sports writers with the whole steroid era. I mean, the 90s and, Sammy Sosa, Barry Bonds, they made baseball. They kept it relevant. So a pet peeve would just be them, criticizing it and let these guys in the Hall of Fame. Thanks.
I'm 1,000,000% with Mariano. 1,000,000%.
Love it.
Barry Bonds was one of the greatest players in the history of the sport before his head grew 6 sizes. Like, just put him in the Hall of Fame.
Hand-eye coordination. Better than everybody else.
I think it was John Heyman that originally put this point out there, and I don't typically, lockstep with John Heyman, but he was on the nails. You're telling me that 0 players in the Hall of Fame did anything unsavory. Everybody in the Hall of Fame is a perfect human being from the top of their head to their toes, but we can't let the steroid guys in. I don't buy it. There are guys in the Hall of Fame who used and did not get caught. I guarantee you. Just Put them all in. I have one from Adam Abdallah via text line. We'll get to that. And Jake Santos has a list for us. Very exciting as we break down pet peeves on a Saturday morning. It's Tyler and Shay.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Giants.
Live coverage begins today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
Golf at night? You heard that right. Golf Center Des Plaines, the home to the only lighted golf course in Illinois. A stunning 9-hole par 3 course illuminated under the night sky, offering you the perfect opportunity to unwind and sharpen your skills after a long day. With their state-of-the-art practice facilities and expertly designed course, every swing is a chance to elevate your game. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, Golf Center Des Plaines is your one-stop shop for all your golf needs, day and night. 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit BeTheTeacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BACK to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful Fed incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BACK to 42424. That's BACK to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shay Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Tyler and Shay flying solo this morning. We are talking about your biggest pet peeves in sports. I came in and the call screener wasn't working. We fixed it since, thankfully. But just coming into work and things aren't working bothers me to such an extent. And then I got to thinking, what are the biggest pet peeves we have in sports? And mine was bad broadcasts. I mean, if you watched the NBA draft broadcast on ESPN or on ABC, you were treated to a bunch of panelists who had no clue what they were talking about. Just straight up. You can't be calling people Colin Cowherd when they get drafted.
So for me on that, right, like yours is the broadcast overall. Mine was the production because I was so confused watching it. I know we talked about this. You talked about this. The hats thing was one thing, right? But with me, the graphics.
Yeah, it's insane.
Like the kid did not get drafted by the Hawks. He got drafted by the other team, by the Kings or by the Suns. Put the graphic up the right way.
If you go to the ESPN.com site and you just pull up the draft list, like the completed draft list, it has the Laker logo next to Lockman, the Australian kid. The Bulls drafted him, not the Lakers. And it's got the Bull logo next to Rocco Bedazzi, the other Australian kid that the Lakers drafted.
I've worked my entire life so far in production trucks.
And I get that it is technically true because of the way that they file picks and the way that they file the trades, and it will happen technically after the fact. But we all know how it actually goes down. Don't make him wear a hat for a team they're never going to play for.
And put up the graphic that is correct that he actually is supposed to be going to.
Yeah, here the Phoenix Suns are selecting, and it's like, no, they aren't. They aren't on the clock at all.
It's in the bottom left, a trade to be proposed at a later time.
It's like
every single pick.
The Houston Rockets select, except the Phoenix Suns have a proposed trade and will get the pick. Like, just put the Suns up.
Listen, if you're a casual sports fan and you're watching the NBA,
you'd have no idea.
No clue. It is so confusing.
I tell you another thing,
and it's so easy to fix.
And this is a production issue, too. It's every time you're watching, it happens in the NFL draft. But the NBA draft, it became a bit excessive. Can we talk about the player that when they get drafted? Can we talk about what kind of basketball player they are instead of like, this guy's mom died of a heroin overdose when he was 4, and then he survived a terrible car accident where he broke every bone in his leg, and now he's been drafted with the 46th pick. Like, enough with the trauma. Not every player has to have some horribly traumatic backstory.
You're right. They don't. But that, to me, is them trying to actually connect with the casual sports fan who says, oh, wow, that's amazing. So glad he got drafted. What an amazing story.
Maybe it's just me, and maybe it's because I do this for a living, but I feel like the casual sports fan wants to know if this player is going to help him win, not if this player had some horrifying experience as an adolescent.
Sure.
Personally.
Sure.
Adam Abdallah weighed in with a pet peeve he has. And if you have ever spoken to Abdallah about his pet peeves, whether they're in radio or broadcasting or sports, he has maybe the funniest ones. It's like these little hang-ups that it's just such a micro issue, and it bothers him incessantly. And the one that he sent me is exactly that. Biggest for me, Mahomes versus Allen on Sunday Night Football. They don't face each other. They face the defenses. I know it's semantics, and I'm an old man. I know. Yeah, I don't actually hate it. Like, I do think it's stupid the way it gets billed, where people are like, Josh Allen, he can't beat Mahomes. And then you look at Josh Allen against the Chiefs, and every game he's like the greatest quarterback to ever touch the turf. It has never been his fault that they've lost to the Chiefs, ever. It's like a field goal kicker that 2 years ago missed wide, or referees screwing him on a first down where even I was like, okay.
They changed an overtime rule for the kid.
Yeah, was that his fault? He led a game-winning drive with 13 seconds left. They lost the game. Oh, Mahomes beats Allen again. No! Like, the Bills' defense folded like a cheap tent. That's why they lost. It had nothing to do with if Patrick Mahomes beat Josh Allen. So I actually am with Abdallah on this one. I think the billing of that is stupid. Now, there's some cases where I think, like Tom Brady versus Peyton Manning for a long time. And Peyton would have utter meltdowns against the Patriots. There are moments where I think the quarterback on the other side of the field, just their presence, gets into your mind a little bit and you get rattled. And I think that happened at times for Peyton against the Patriots. I'm okay with Tom Brady versus Peyton Manning there. But Josh Allen has never once been bothered by the fact that Patrick Mahomes is on the opposite sideline or vice versa. So they're playing the opposing defenses. That's it. They're not head-to-head against each other. All right, going to take a quick break. When we come back, Jake has a list that he's very excited about, wants to take me through of the biggest pet peeves that fans have in sports. We'll see where we stand on them. We'll do that. And then the CDGA Golf Show, myself and Mike will hang out with you from 9 to 11 this morning. All coming up on ESPN 1000. It's Tyler and Shay.
Peggy and Dion, this morning from 9 to 11 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
hawkauto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Hey golfers, it's Sylvie. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Sign up today at nhschicago.org/education or call us at 773-329-4111. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shay Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Shane Erling in for myself, I guess. Tyler and Shay. Tyler has the day off. I will also be hanging out with Mike Gilligan at the CDGA Golf Show coming up 9 a.m. Be with you till 11. Be Peggy and Dion after that. We've been talking biggest pet peeves in sports, and I had a Cubs topic that we just frankly aren't going to get to because this took on a life of its own, and things do bother us as sports fans. And Jake behind the glass has a list for us. He was very excited to take me through some of these and just rap about them. So, Jake, what do you got?
All right, so this is from Bleacher Report. Now, some of these are good, some of them aren't. The first one leads off.
What a sales pitch.
Yeah, just saying. I'm excited about it, but, some of them aren't that great. Beach balls in the stadium. I mean, they're better than condoms, but beach balls being, popped up, thrown around among the stands and the fans.
Do people do the condom thing still?
Yeah, people still do the condom thing.
That's so gross.
People still do
of all the you got to blow that up and bounce it around like a beach ball. It doesn't bother me to the point that I would go grab it and pop it.
Correct.
I don't respect you as a sports fan. If you're somebody who brings a beach ball and wants to hit it around in the outfield bleachers or something, then you're not into the game.
Yeah, because the person who's working, among the stadium as the concessions going around, they go around, or security, they find it, they pop it, they always get booed. And that stinks because that's what their job is there for to do. The other one would be fan fights.
Yeah, that's gotten out of control.
It has.
I don't know what it is. I think just people generally are angrier in life now. I know I play the role of the big angry guy when I'm on the radio, and I am about sports angry a lot because, let's face it, the teams here suck, and they don't do what's needed of them. I think most Chicago sports fans should be angry about their teams if they aren't. But the fan fights have just gotten a little out of control.
It has.
And people yelling at players, like what happened with Ketel Marte this week, where you're yelling vile stuff. There's a line between heckling and just being a disgusting person, and you shouldn't cross that line. And it didn't seem like it used to happen. This is a topic for another day. Does it happen more now, or is it just social media has made us more aware of it when it does happen?
I'm not sure about the heckling, but I think what happens more is the fan fights in the parking lot, because now everybody has a phone with them. That's what's going around social media more. Yeah. Somebody gets stabbed.
That's my point. It's people are trying to go viral, and then things go too far.
Yeah.
Because I remember years ago, probably before the social media stuff even, there was a story about I think it was a Rams or a Raiders and 49ers game, and a fan got shot in a parking garage after the game because of sports fan rivalry. And the NFL's always been a different beast. That's crazy.
It is.
But that was years ago. So I kind of think it's always been this way, but now instead of trying to de-escalate a situation or help somebody out, people got to get their phone out and get a video of it so they can get 50,000 likes on Twitter or whatever.
When's the last time you participated in the wave?
Boy.
That's definitely made the list.
I couldn't even tell you. I probably was high school age the last time I partook.
Okay.
And I will say this. So I grew up, obviously, a Tigers fan. And my dad and I, whenever I go home to visit, we still go to games. And if you're going to do the wave, go ahead and do the wave. But I always, Tyler says, it makes you less of a sports fan. Or it shows that your fan base doesn't care about sports or whatever. I don't feel that way. If you're going to do the wave, do it. They did it during the home team batting. That's egregious. There are rules about this. NFL game. If you're going to do the wave, you do it between quarters or during a timeout, during a commercial break. You're not doing the wave while play is happening on the field. Baseball, I always understood the rule. When the home team's batting, sit your ass down and watch. You won't do the wave while the opposing team is batting. Never while the home team is batting. And they were doing it while the Tigers were up to bat. I was at the game with my father. I said, what are we doing here? Why are we trying to do a wave while we're hitting in a 1-0 game? Why? Couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, what about streaking? That's on the list as well.
So
I feel like you kind of enjoy you're entertained by it, but it can get annoying at times.
I'm split on this one. Because some of the great play-by-play calls have occurred during a fan streaking.
Sure.
Kevin Harlan That guy is drunk, but there he goes.
Harlan's the best.
It's incredible. And he's calling him like he's running in a touchdown. It's amazing. It's one of the all-time great play-by-play moments. It would not have happened without a fan streaking. I get if people are bothered by it, but I never have been. Like, it just, fans are going to be stupid and do stupid stuff. And if you're at a game where it happens, it is actually kind of fun. Like, I was at a game when I was a kid, and some woman sprinted. It was like the first time in my life that I got great seats. Me and a buddy that I grew up with were sitting first row down like the left field line. It was awesome. And some woman sprinted down our aisle and just hopped the fence right next to where we were sitting. It was incredible. It was like nothing I'd ever seen, especially at that age. So streaking doesn't get me to the point of like, all right, that guy's an idiot. What are you going to do?
Okay.
I'd never rant against it.
So we've talked about this one before, but adults going after athletes to get autographs or the foul ball or the home run ball.
It is, wow, it might be the thing that irritates me more than anything. And it's, look, the autographs, whatever, I get you're trying to increase the value on something you have, but the people that like hound the team facility with a binder full of cards, get a life. Please. You can't need a signature so badly that you're hounding outside the team facility with your binder as a 40-year-old man. Or the guy, this person may be my single biggest pet peeve, Zach Hampel. If you're not familiar, he's like a baseball memorabilia guy who tries to find the best places in every ballpark to catch home run balls, and he tries to catch milestone home runs. And he ends up coming up with a lot of them, and often is like hunting them down through the seats and jumping over people and then celebrating when he gets them. Just let people get souvenirs, please.
Yeah. All right, so we're running out of time, but my last one is just personal to me. I can't stand seeing people at a gym or playing basketball specifically in board shorts. And in Southern California, that was a thing all the time. It bothered me. You're playing in board shorts, you're not an athlete. To me, you're just some skater. You're not an athlete if you're playing in board shorts. Now, nowadays, bathing suits are a little bit different. So a bathing suit can kind of, go both ways. But when they're like the pocketed board shorts, I know how that feels. We've all worn them. You can't move and be an athlete in those. So that's something for me.
That's fair. There was a great one in the Switch chat earlier, too. I'll end on this. Dolio had all-star games, as unfortunately as pet peeve. He's dead on. I would eliminate them all if I could. There would be no more Pro Bowl. There'd be no more NBA All-Star. There'd certainly be no more MLB All-Star. I don't need the game. I'll take the Home Run Derby. I don't need the game. It's nonsense. All right, that'll do it for Tyler and Shay. CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan coming up. I'm sitting in for Tyler. You'll get that next on ESPN 1000.
All right, Abdallah, here's a stat for you. Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America, was founded in 1829. Baseball, 1839.
So before baseball, people were already drinking Yuengling?
Yep.
And in their free time, just standing around with a beer, no home runs, just vibes?
And clearly, 196 years later, Yuengling is still going strong, and baseball is still playing catch-up.
Chicago, next time you grab a Yuengling, remember, you're drinking history, literally.
And baseball, you're welcome for the inspiration.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIV golf.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Drive, chip, and putt. Golf is so easy. 4? Okay, maybe the occasional wedge. Let's talk golf. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Presented by the Glenview Park Golf Club. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Mike Gilligan is here. Tyler Rocky is not here.
That is correct.
Tyler Rocky is real life golfing.
He is, in fact, really playing golf while we're admiring the fact that he is not here in Chicago.
Yeah.
But playing golf.
Western Michigan golf trip with his buddies. So I'm going to tie this into something that you sent me that happened to you this week.
Yes.
Because we have polar opposite golf achievements, I'll say.
Okay.
And on one hand, it's certainly not an achievement. On one hand, it's so Tyler texted us in our group chat. I want to say this was Wednesday.
Okay.
That he was playing at a course in West Michigan. And on a par 5, he got on the green in 2 shots.
That's a great accomplishment.
And he was like on top of the world. And
then
for
a few moments.
And then he 3-putted. Oh. And went home with a par. Had a chance for an eagle. He said he'd never had an eagle before. Had a chance for an eagle, 3-putted a eagle putt.
Well, that does happen. And the question I would have for Tyler, and he'll have to fess up, did he leave it woefully short, or did he just gorilla it way past?
I can't wait for him to be back, because next week I just want to listen and get the full breakdown on how he messed this up.
I guarantee you he probably left it woefully short. It's going to be my guess.
Those are the two outcomes, right? You're sitting there and you're a little overly amped up that you have this opportunity and you just hit a rocket.
Right.
Or you try to calm yourself down so much that you just leave it way too short.
Well, because what I see a lot of people who do this for the first time, and this is classic Tyler, they get on the green. They're already into a bit of a celebration because they're in now an area of golf that they've never been before. This is like newfound territory. But when they get up there, several things start racing through your mind in a matter of seconds. One of which is, God, I hope I don't embarrass myself in 3-putt. I mean, how would that look? So next thing you do is you go from being very aggressive because your second shot had to be played very aggressively to get there in 2 mighty strikes of a golf ball. So there was no finesse involved at this point. But now all of a sudden, you have to have touch, feel, and this is your chance to put an exclamation point on a hole and having like basically all 3 phases of the game, acquired. Power, accuracy, and then the touch. Well, that's where the human mind starts to come into play.
Yep.
And overanalysis will lead to total paralysis. And the one thing I'd ask Tyler, do you even remember feeling your hands when you were making that putt? Because people get so amped up and either kill it or absolutely leave it so short it's absolutely embarrassing, and the first thing they want to say is, can I have that again? No. The next time you hit it in 2, you'll now know better just to relax, be a little bit more aggressive, because that's what got you here. But I have seen so many eagle putts go woefully bad because they're afraid of making mistakes. They get out of the present. They think about what happens if I make it, what happens if I miss it. And the execution is usually very, very flawed.
Well, so you can weigh in on the friendship etiquette, because to your point, like, he sent the text and a couple of our buddies are going, oh man, that's terrible. I feel so bad for you. That's a nightmare. I just sent him the photo of Tyrese Halliburton doing the choke against the Knicks. And I told him, I said, look, you got on the green in 2, the lights got a little bright, but now you've been there before. Next time you'll sink it.
That's right. And that's the amazing thing about golf. as we start to, achieve certain, accolades or accomplishments, and you're trying to break 100 or trying to break 95, and you get into that moment, and it's amazing how the mind works, and it just doesn't allow it to happen the first time. And sometimes it takes a couple times before you finally master the art of calming your mind down and saying, I've had, if Tyler had, let's say, 40 feet, you think he's ever had a 40-footer before in his life? He's had plenty.
Right.
But why was this one any different than all the others? Well, because it was for eagle. But if that was for, like, double bogey, he'd have probably lipped out the putt.
Right.
So it's amazing how the mindset goes. Sometimes I know when I'm putting for par, I'll make it. But if that same putt was for birdie, I don't know, something would happen. It's just sometimes I'm a better putter when I know I have to make it versus it sure would be nice if I made it.
By the way, this segment on the CDGA Golf Show brought to you by Fox Bend Golf Course. So on the mindset thing, you got to walk me through. You sent me the best hole of your life. You played Tuesday at Old Elm Club.
I did. I had an outer body experience like no other. Now, I've been playing this game, Shay, for a very, very long time. My grandfather got me involved in it in probably the age of 5 or 6, and I can safely now say I have done something that Tiger Woods has not done. I made an albatross. I made an albatross on the very first hole of Old Elm. And for those who don't know what an albatross is, it's what Tyler did. He made the hole in 2, or he made it to the green in 2, except mine actually went in the hole in 2.
On a par 5.
On a par 5. I hit the tee shot to open up. It was the first hole. I was playing with the legendary Dennis Walters, who's in the Golf Hall of Fame, and his dog Gussie, and the head pro watched us tee off, and I absolutely hammered one. And there's nothing better than being on the first tee, especially of a club you've never played. You're being introduced by, to new people, and everyone's standing around that first tee. And when you unload like I did, it just gives you just a sense of accomplishment. Like, it's like hammering one out of the park and doing the drop the bat and looking at your dugout and saying, hey, guys, look at me. The next ball I get to now, it was a 507 par 5, and I hit it about 340 is what Dennis stepped it off to be about. And it was downhill, downwind, a little wind aided, but I can hit it far. So that's part 1 of the 2-part process. The next thing I was between clubs. I was an 8 and a 9, and I decided to hit the 9 because these greens are so hard and wanted to be able to hold it. So I thought, I'll aim it, land it just short, let it run up, hopefully close somewhere. And when I struck it, I said to Dennis, this looks really good. And he says, does it ever? And it bounced. Now, he couldn't see the next part. I saw it bounce once, and it landed 2.5 feet because we went up there. We saw the ball mark. The next time it touched the ground, it was touching the bottom of the cup. It never rolled.
Wow.
It just bounced and boom, right in. And at first, it took me by, shock, where'd the ball go? And then I thought, oh, no, I bet it went over. And these Donald Ross courses will have these collection areas like at Pinehurst. Like, you might miss the green here, but you end up 50 yards way over there. And I thought, that's probably what happened. So I drove my cart around looking for it behind the green, thinking I was over. But Dennis, he plays in a seated cart because he is paralyzed from the waist down. So he gets to drive his cart right up on the green, and he drove it right up to the hole, looked down, and he says, hey, bro, look in the hole. And I go, you got to be effing kidding me.
That's incredible.
And he goes, no, come here. So I walk up, and sure enough, I was playing a Srixon number 4, and the CDGA logo was looking straight up at me, and I knew that was my ball. And I was like, it was just absolute
euphoria.
A euphoria. And I honestly felt I don't have anything left to accomplish in the game because Dennis goes, you have the lowest score ever recorded on a par 5. Ever. So it's like, what else is there to accomplish? Well, I still need to get a regular hole-in-one. But the albatross is actually much, much more difficult.
I was just I was going to ask, what is a more euphoric achievement, a hole-in-one or an albatross?
Well, I think from when I'm talking to people who have made the hole-in-one, and I made one in a golf marathon once, an albatross is like any other because you have to put 2 shots together, and one of them requires an incredible amount of distance. So if you can't get the ball out there far enough, you're never going to be able to make an albatross because if you can't get it out there far enough, you certainly can't get it out there far enough to make it to the green. So, the albatross is usually for the better players, obviously, because they can hit the ball straighter and further and have more control of things. But when it happened, it was one of the weirdest feelings. And I'm still not over it. In fact, my mother called me on the way down. She goes, "Are you over your high yet?" And I said, well, it's just so bizarre. I wasn't expecting it. I didn't know. And that's just sometimes the best surprises come when you least expect it. And I had no idea that, I made it. And even when it went in, I thought to myself, maybe that had a chance. But I've had so many opportunities, what I thought were hole-in-ones. I've had them lip out. I've had them hit the hole. I've had ball marks go half in the hole, half not, hit the flags. But I've never made one in the course of a regular 18-hole round. And so I've made plenty of eagles in my lifetime, lots and lots. One year, I think I made like 20 in one season. But a double eagle is so rare. On the PGA Tour level, they're saying it's close to 1,000,000 to 1. They average a few a year on the PGA Tour. But entirely at the Masters, I think there's been 2 or 4 made in the history. So
4 double eagles at the Masters, 32 double eagles on the tour in the last 10 years. So that's 3 a year.
That's it. So, it is rarefied air. So when they project those odds to us as amateurs, those odds are 6 million, can be up to 6 million to 1. And no, I didn't go out and buy a lottery ticket. I knew I should have. A lot of things were going on that day.
Stop at the liquor store on the way home, pick up a ticket.
Yeah, I was just going in for a ticket there, sweetheart. But yeah, so it is. It's very rarefied air. A hole-in-one, for the most part, they say, is about 12,500 to 1. And so it goes to show you just how rare a double eagle is.
But it's also, it's like anything in sports betting. It's easier to hit one thing than it is to hit 2 things correctly, obviously.
100%.
And for an albatross, you have to hit 2 things, not correctly, but perfectly.
Perfectly. And to be honest,
there's luck involved.
Well, there can be, for sure. And I ask a lot of people when they make a hole-in-one, and I'm sure there are people that are listening right now that have made some of the most insane hole-in-ones, ricochets, and shots that they would have never have thought in a million years would go in, but then it bounced, it hit, it rolled, it wiggled, and it found its way into the hole. What makes this so very special for me, they were 2 of the purest shots I've ever hit in my life.
Yeah, that's
There
awesome.
was nothing missed. It wasn't a skinny shot. It wasn't chubby. It was flush.
And you're going to have the mental image of those 2 shots for the rest of your life.
That's right.
I'm a very on-again, off-again golfer because I'll get the itch and I'll go out and golf. And then I'll remember, I'm not very good at this. And I'm at an age now where I think I'm going to get into it pretty soon. But I'm at an age where I'm like, do I really want to spend all this time on something I know I'm not that good at? Now I'm more motivated to put the work in and get good at it. But I remember in my life, the best golf shots, I can still picture them. Like when I just strike the ball perfectly and get on the green on a par 3 close to the pin or whatever it is, I have the perfect mental image of hitting those shots.
Well, if you're a baseball player, I compare what I did, the same feeling of striking those 2 shots is when you've run the count to 3 and 2 and you've fouled off about 4 pitches, and then he tries to blow a fastball inside and you just rip it down the line for a double and you square it up.
Yep.
That's the feeling. It's like I won that battle and I hardly felt the pitch because I squared it up so perfect. The bat didn't rattle in my hands. It felt like butter. And those 2 shots felt absolutely as pure can be. And it was like, is that how you walk away from the game? Because I've never in my life walked up to the second tee box and said, I'm 3 under par.
It's incredible. That's got to be an amazing feeling.
And, of course, being a bit of a smart aleck, I said, did anybody make a 1? I guess I'm up. But we did. We had a lot of fun with it. And then the greatest part about it was the pro watched us play from afar, and then he had to go to the doctors. He had an issue with his ankle that he had to have looked at. So then he came back to join us. So now he hears about the double eagle. So he comes up and he goes, yeah, I got to check this guy out. So we're on the par 3. It's 178, and I take a 7-iron and take dead aim. And all of a sudden, halfway through the air, he goes, we might see a 1. It hit, and it hit the middle of the stick halfway up the hole and bounced off and finished about 6 feet away. Now, honest engine, I missed it. I was a little 6-footer, but we were just amazed. It was one of those days that everything I was looking at, it was just going where I was aiming, and that's what makes the game fun all of a sudden, when you're in command and kind of control of where you're guiding this little white ball in and around, and it gets to be a lot of fun. And I didn't want the day to end, quite honestly. I think we were the last to leave the entire golf course.
You can always watch us on YouTube or Twitch, youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago or twitch.tv/ESPN1000 Chicago. Someone in our Twitch chat does want to know, did you take a divot with your 9-iron?
Yes, I did. I took a very teeny, tiny, perfect divot, too. It was just so tiny and perfect. It was the perfect divot. The perfect shot.
Love it. Shane Orling sitting in for Tyler Rocky. Mike Gilligan with you as always. The CDGA Golf Show. Got Andrew Lehman coming up 9:35, tournament director of the John Deere Classic. And we'll recap the Chicago Adaptive Open. A lot left to do. Hanging out till 11 right here on ESPN 1000 Chicago, the CDGA Golf Show.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time. A 3-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th. A day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Players Club passes for weekday discounted play. Full memberships are still available for the committed player as well. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort, here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Shane Orling sitting in for Tyler Rocky this morning on the CDGA Golf Show. Mike Gilligan with me. This segment of the CDGA Golf Show brought to you by Golf Elgin. Last weekend, the Chicago Adaptive Open took place.
It sure did.
And I saw Tyler that night. He was out there broadcasting.
Yeah.
He said it was one of the most fun events he has ever been a part of.
Yeah, I'll tell you, we had a very special weekend last week, and I know when I broadcast live from there, the people were just going off as we started the show, and we had a gentleman from South Africa, Issa Nayab, who flew over from Cameroon via Paris, France. And,
wow.
This gentleman has played in 12 events overseas. He has won all 12. He has played in 5 events in the United States, and he's won all 5.
Wow.
So in the first round, obviously everybody was like, this guy's going to win again. He never loses. And sure enough, Saturday, the wind was ripping. And if you remember listening to the show, you could hear it in the microphone, and I apologize for that, but can't do much about Mother Nature. But it was rolling out there. He made 2 bogeys and a double bogey on the front 9. He still shot 1 under. He made 5 birdies. Now, mind you, Issa is missing all 5 fingers on his left hand. He has no thumb, and he has no forefingers. He has a pad. Then, on his other hand, he's missing the 3 middle fingers. He has a little bit of a pinky and a thumb. And oh, by the way, he has no legs from just below the quad down. He has no knees and no calves, no feet. He wears prosthetics. And he hits the golf ball further than any human I know because he can wrap the club with a certain wrap that's attached to his golf glove. And he used to play professional golf, and it was when he was playing in the Egyptian Open, he came down with meningitis.
Oh, man.
And so he lost all these digits and limbs due to his illness, and he still competes as one of the best adaptive players in the world. In fact, he's ranked number 1 in the world. And he came over, we were very touched to have somebody of this caliber to be with us.
Yeah.
And he goes out and easily shoots 71. Well, the next day, there was 2 guys that were 2 shots back. One was from Winfield, Illinois, and the other was from Nashville, Tennessee. And as it turned out, Issa, as he got to the back 9, he had a 4-shot lead. And then he got on a bogey train, and he could not just his irons into the greens. He was hitting them a little too far, flying greens, bouncing over, and he was struggling to get it up and down. So he got onto a bogey run, and then he told me afterwards it started to get into his mind. He needed to par the last hole to make the playoff, and he missed a short putt. So, now, sad, but on the other hand, the rest of the adaptive world got to see this because Tyler was streaming the story worldwide. People all over the world and all over the United States that were tuning in to watch Issa just go away with his 18th win. It didn't happen. And honestly, that's the best thing that could have ever happened for the adaptive community because they now realize he's beatable. That was like the Tiger Woods of adaptive golf went down. And then we had a playoff, and the one guy from Nashville, Tennessee, took a high-risk, high-reward on a par 5, and he drove it over this creek that most people all lay up, and he went for broke, and he made it by a mile, and he got home in 2, and he tapped in for the birdie and the win, and he won a couple $1,000s.
It's incredible.
So, yeah, they were playing for a $30,000 purse, and the amount of lives that we were able to change and, make feel normal for that weekend. These people came up so appreciative because for the first time in their life they felt like you and me. Without an adaptation, they were treated like champions, and they got to play some terrific golf. And they are definitely coming back. The golf course, Fox Bend, before we even got started, asked us to come back for next year, as did the community. And we will be having the event next June back at Fox Bend. And I think the field's even going to be bigger and stronger than ever before. And our guest, Andre Blum from Illinois Bone and Joint, has committed to being the title sponsor again next year. And he's going to up the support. So we had ourselves just an amazing weekend, being able to give back to people. And I think we benefited more than they did. And they were the ones who got to play. But for all of us and all the volunteers, I have to say thank you. You all came out in droves and made these people feel special coming into our community. And we made Illinois, Chicago, the Oswego, and the western suburbs a very special place to be last week. And quite honestly, I'll still put it up against Disney World as the happiest place in the world to be last week, and was out at Fox Bend. And we had a great time. We had great parties afterwards, the fellowship, and the memories to last us a lifetime. And a lot of friendships were born there. And I think we have something special cooking out in Fox Bend. And I'm looking forward to bringing Tyler and even a bigger television production next year.
I'll tell you what, I might come out.
Yeah,
I might try to make myself a part of this. Because the way the sales pitch he did on it and how much fun he had, he was glowing when I saw him that night. I had an event, he stopped by, and he's telling me about it. And it was the most fun he's had doing a broadcast like that. The event was incredible. He sounded so happy to be a part of it, and especially full field of players.
Yep.
The third largest field in America.
That's right.
So the event just went off without a hitch and was spectacular.
Yeah, and it's funny. I didn't realize it until afterwards. I had one of the executive directors of the USAGA come up to me and go, "Do you realize in 2 years you're now the third most popular, largest event in the United States for adaptive golf? And we've done this in 2 years." Our learning curve was right straight up. And again, the only way we're able to do that is we had a total buy-in from Robert Marchione, our executive director, all the way down through our interns and all our blue coats that are our board and volunteers and rules officials. I mean, this thing was run like a PGA Tour event. We had rules officials on each hole, caddies and the water and walking scorers and player assistants. The players had no expense when they came in. They ate, they drank, they played golf. They did everything, was all on the event and the sponsors, and we took care of these people in ways that last year we had 49 people and we had almost 88 signed up this year. I think next year, we're going to be in a position by far of now trying to figure out who's in and now who's out. But I think we'll end up having probably among the strongest fields now, along with the U.S. Open that's going to compete in a couple weeks.
And that has to go such a long way also to what you were talking about, making these people feel like you and me and just putting them in a position where they can be the best version of themselves. All of these people coming together to make it feel like a real PGA Tour event.
Exactly. And what's really interesting, Shay, is when these people get together versus when you do your typical golf tournament for the professionals or the elite amateurs, let's call a spade a spade. You're dealing with a lot of egos. Whether you like it or not, when you go to the Rocket Mortgage event today, there's going to be a lot of egos teeing off.
Yeah.
I don't know that there are any egos in the adaptive world because these people have seen and have been a part of tragedies. Maybe they were born a certain way with an adaptation. And, until you spend a lot of time with these folks, and like I was at dinner last night with Dennis Walters, who, again, confined to a wheelchair at the age of 20. He's now 75. And we went to go eat at a certain restaurant in Oak Brook. I'm not going to say which one. It's a very upscale steakhouse. We couldn't get him in the door. You had to go up and around the mall to come in to get up in the second floor. So it's been amazing over the last couple of weeks how I really see how much people with disadvantages physically battle on a day-to-day basis. And then it was the simple, stupid things. Like we came out of the restaurant. So we ended up going to a restaurant right next door. They were happy to take us right in, and it was great. On the way out, I was taking, Dennis to his car, and cars had pulled up to every one of those little ramps that take you down off the curb.
Right.
We couldn't get off the curb because everybody thought they should park right next to it so they can just walk into the restaurant. And I thought to myself, my Lord, until you go through this, you don't understand how hard they really, really have it. And so for them to be able to come together and have fellowship and have the ability to talk to you, you're missing your right arm, as am I. The only person that's going to understand what we're going through is you.
Yep.
And I can't tell you how many people were getting together to help each other out, to encourage one another, to give them tips, because some of these folks have just come into this. They just got into that car accident a couple years ago where the other individual may have been born without that arm. And it's amazing to watch these people come together, like people coming together, and sharing and helping one another. And that's where the beauty of this all takes place. And I think that's what Tyler was getting to.
Yeah.
When you get bit by this bug a little bit, you never want to leave it. And for me, it's my new calling. I feel like I was put here for a bigger purpose, and I think this is part of it. And I am addicted to being around these people because it gives me a moment of pause to be grateful for what I have.
It's awesome. I'll for sure be out there next year.
Yeah, I'd love to have you. We could put you to work.
You might as well. Why not?
Sure. And anybody else that wants to.
Listen, I'll be there. Shane Orling, Mike Gilligan, it's the CDGA Golf Show. We've got the John Deere Classic Tournament Director, Andrew Lehman, coming up next, right here on ESPN 1000.
Chicago White Sox Baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Giants.
Live coverage begins today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open at IBJI. They're dedicated to helping you move better so you can live better. Their expert team delivers compassionate, high-quality care and with state-of-the-art imaging, convenient rehab locations, and 14 ortho-access immediate care facilities for same-day orthopedic treatment. With more than 150 physicians and 100 locations throughout Chicagoland, they offer expertise in every orthopedic specialty. From injury to recovery, IBJI is here for you. Get the close-to-home care you deserve. Visit IBJI.com. That's IBJI.com to learn more.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs. And it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open, June 20th through the 22nd. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow at Kemper Sports on social media.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part? It's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
As a proud CDGA member club with a diverse collection of holes built around a stone quarry, the Highlands of Elgin is a premier destination with awesome vistas. The Highlands of Elgin will be host of the CDGA Scramble Qualifier Monday, August 11th. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Rolling along, CDGA Golf Show. Shane Orling in for Tyler Rocky. Mike Gilligan here as always. This segment of the CDGA Golf Show brought to you by Tullymore, and we have the John Deere Classic Tournament Director, Andrew Lehman, joining us on the hotline. Andrew, how are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having us.
Hey, Andrew. How are things going now that you're filling in for some big shoes for Claire Peterson? How has the transition been for you for the last year or two?
Yeah, this is year 3 without Claire, and I can assure you he's enjoying retirement. Nobody's playing more golf than Claire, but it's been great. I think the biggest feather in Claire's incredible career is the transition process was seamless, left us with just an unbelievable staff, and obviously the relationship with John Deere has never been stronger and never been in a better place.
You mentioned that John Deere, and folks, if they don't know or if you don't know, John Deere is one of the longest running title sponsorship relationship partnerships the PGA Tour has, and I think with Honda now going away, John Deere, I believe, is now the longest running tournament title sponsor. Is that not right? And do we have some good news that John Deere may be sticking around?
Yeah, well, they are the second longest title sponsor on the PGA Tour. They were 3. So when Honda went away, they became 2. The relationship with the AT&T Pebble Beach is the only one that's been around longer. And, to your point, we just announced a 4-year extension for 27 through 2030. The momentum that this event has with our charity program, the field getting better each and every year, and then the economic impact of this event, it's something that we hang our hat on, and it's really amazing that as a Fortune top 70 company in the world, and a company that's been around for 185 plus years, trusts us with their brand.
54 years, this being the 54th year, the John Deere Classic returning to TPC Deere Run. How has this event changed? What are some of the new features that fans can look forward to at this year's edition of the tournament?
Well, we try to do something new and bigger and better each and every year. You don't want to be stagnant when you're in the event business, and I think you can point to the Concerts on Course series that started in 2023, our attempt at bringing in some celebrities or athletes, for the Wednesday Pro-Am, we'll have TJ Hawkinson and Riley Moss here on Wednesday. Being uniquely situated in and around the 4th of July, celebrating our, nation's military, and the Quad Cities community has a rich military history here with the Arsenal Island. And, we're expecting great golf, Thursday through Sunday, capped off with Dirk Bentley on Saturday night and Zach Brown Band on Sunday, and ultimately crowning a great champion at the end of the day on Sunday.
Well, we were out with you, Casey Richards, our senior communications director here at the CDGA. We were out for your media day, and we had a chance to interview Davis Thompson a little bit, but to see the golf course. And obviously they were getting ready for the event, the skyboxes and bleachers and various things were going up. But the thing that takes my breath away every time I come out there for the event, or even just before the event, is the way the community supports this thing. I mean, there are PGA Tour events that get community support, but to me, then there's Silvis, Illinois. Give us an idea of just how many volunteers it takes to pull this thing together and how unique the volunteer culture is out in Western Illinois.
That's a great point. We all have ticket data now, with the use of Ticketmaster, and to see, our ticket numbers against some of these big marketplaces that, are, communities in the millions, and we're a community of 380,000. It never ceases to amaze us, getting all these folks here, and the fact that, that Concert on Course series now kind of turned this into a true community event. It's not just 100% about golf, and we're introducing new people to the game of golf that have never bought tickets before. But you look at it from a charity perspective, the fact that, it's over $45 per man, woman, and child in the Quad Cities that are supporting our Birdies for Charity program. To your point about the volunteer network, over 2,200 volunteers this year. That's people that are giving, freely of their time, talent, and energy in and around the 4th of July. And you can't ever take those things for granted because they are, hallmarks of the John Deere Classic, and volunteers are the lifeblood of any PGA Tour event. So, to have that kind of support, to be in one of the smallest markets on the PGA Tour for 54 years, I think, speaks volumes to this event and the character of this event, too.
Talking with John Deere Classic Tournament Director Andrew Lehman. You brought up the Concerts on the Course series as being really a highlight of this event. Can you tell us a little bit who fans can expect to see at the event this year, and what some of the performers will be, and how it fits into the overall tournament experience?
Yeah, so, right there on the 18th hole is our stage at the end of our hospitality row. So, other events, they may do concerts, in and around tournament week, and I think we're the only one on the PGA Tour. I believe there's a Corn Ferry Tour event and a Champions Tour event that actually does concerts on the golf course. But for us, it's about, weaving in the experience of golf in and around the closing holes on Saturday and Sunday. That hillside's packed, 40 deep on the rope line. Dirk Bentley will be here on Saturday, and Zach Brown Band will close things out for us on Sunday. And, I've had the privilege of seeing both of those artists perform. Both are phenomenal live performers, and it's been fun to watch, the golfers and the caddies, the tour players and caddies get involved. And we get a bunch of them that are down, in the, I won't call it a party pit in front by any means, but, they have access to the concerts and they've been supportive of it. And, it's really changed the look and feel of the event. But most importantly, it's driving an attendance number for us on the weekend that is significant. And for us, all those dollars are going back to charity. So it's truly having a community impact.
So not only are you going to have truly rock stars, but you're going to actually have rock star players as well in the field this year. I mean, the likes of a Ricky Fowler returning to Silvis, Max Homa, Jason Day, Sanjay Im. I mean, for people who don't get a chance to see these players, they got a great shot at seeing a pretty healthy, robust field if they come on out to Silvis this season.
Yeah, we're really excited with the way the field shaped up, and I feel like we're on a nice run here in the last handful of years. And, to have the guys you just mentioned, as headliners, it's awesome. And Ricky hasn't been here since 2010, and Max Homa hasn't been here since 2015. And then you look at the exemptions, right? The first three that we announced, Jackson Quaven, Ben James, and Michael Lasasso, 1, 2, 3 in the Wagger amateur rankings. And obviously Lasasso, wins the NCAA championship. And, you look from there, you've got 4 of the 5 guys that have gotten their PGA Tour card through PGA Tour University or the accelerated program. There's a whole host of guys out there. I mean, look at the Rocket leaderboard, this week. Aldridge Potgieter, Jake Knapp, guys like that, if I'd encourage you to watch both of those guys swing a golf club. And then, from veterans and guys that have won majors, guys that have played on Ryder Cup teams, President's Cup teams, we're just from top to bottom thrilled with, the guys that are going to be joining us for the 54th edition.
Yeah, no doubt. And obviously, Ryder Cup ramifications are on the line, plus obviously trying to get into the FedEx, the playoffs, people trying to keep their cards. So for folks to go, I mean, this would be a great year. If you've never been to the John Deere, I highly encourage you to make the drive. It's an easy drive straight out I-88. It's pretty simple. When we went out there for the media day, we went out, played, had a nice time, and came back all on the same day, and it was of no problem. But you make mention about that stage. I couldn't figure out what the heck they were building when we were playing, because I was like, this is bigger than most, hospitality suites that I could ever see. But do you think the closing stretch of holes this year are going to play any more difficult, easier than in the past? Because I know Davis had a tournament record, and, I at media day finished 3-3, 5-3 and thought I did pretty good. And one of the guys goes, oh, they'll do better than that at the John Deere. So how is the golf course going to be set up? Are we going to see some low numbers again?
Yeah, I think so. It's a golf course that lends itself, to birdies, wide fairways, big greens, and then you start to couple in with, Midwest summers. You've got humidity in the air. So the greens are soft and very receptive to good and great golf shots. But I will tell you, Davis Thompson goes 28 under par and breaks Michael Kim's 27 under par record from 2018. If I had to guess, I'd say somewhere between 22 and 25 would take it this year. They did top the rough yesterday at 4 inches, and they're going to let it go. So
wow,
the rules officials want the rough to be penal next week, and we'll see if that affects these guys. And you should be penalized here if you hit the ball in the rough, because the fairways in the landing zones are wider, being a TPC course. And, we'll see how it plays out. But, ultimately, you go out and watch a guy shoot 28 under par. There's a lot of roars happening around the golf course when you are making that many birdies.
Oh, no doubt. And who knows? Anything can happen out there. Jordan Spieth won as a teenager, and Sam Snead back in 1979 shot his age playing in that tournament. So who knows what 2025 is going to bring?
Yeah, and I think back to 2015 when Jordan won his second John Deere Classic, after winning the Masters and the U.S. Open. I believe, and you'd have to fact check me on this, but I believe he went 71-61, which,
wow,
you shoot 71 on day one. Generally, you're 6, 7, 8 shots back already, and I think he went 71-61 and ultimately, ends up with another John Deere Classic title under his belt. So I guess the point being made here is, there's been some tremendous finishes where guys have come from 5 shots back because, again, you can't get stuck in neutral. And there are great closing holes, as you mentioned, 15, 16, 17, and 18. 17's gettable as a par 5, but those other 3 are great holes that are going to test you, and you're going to have to make a birdie somewhere in there. So,
Andrew, it's been great talking with you about this event. One last thing for the fans. How can you get tickets to this?
JohnDeereClassic.com. If you're looking to be here on the weekend, I'd scoop them up quickly. We did increase capacity from last year, but we're anticipating those 2 days being a sellout. And, come see us, Thursday, Friday, because we've got a ton of special military activities happening and, first responder programs. And, to your point, this is a golf course that lends itself to great vantage points. So you can get up close and personal with golf action, and we'd just love to see it because you're supporting a great cause.
It sounds great. Andrew, thank you again for joining us this morning talking about this great event. Good luck with it over the 4th of July weekend.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
Appreciate it. That's John Deere Classic Tournament Director Andrew Lehman joining us this morning on the CDGA Golf Show. Shane Orling filling into Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan, as always. I have a question for you next that Tyler sent me this week. I thought was funny. I want to get your take on it.
You got it.
It's related to the Ryder Cup.
Okay.
That's all I'll tell you. We'll do it next on the CDGA Golf Show.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at TullymoreGolf.com. That's TullymoreGolf.com.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America and responsible for the 3-pronged performance tee, the innovative one-size-fits-all glove, and the new Stride electric bag trolley with an amazing Smart Follow technology remote. To secure your personal caddy, go to zerofriction.com.
Golf with the Legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Craft at Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Golf Elgin in the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book your tee time at the Highlands through the new app. Ranked as one of the best public courses in Illinois by Golf Week, the Highlands is the place to play. Experience the Highlands. Visit highlandsofelgin.com.
From PGA to where you should play, this is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Shane Orling sitting in for Tyler Rocky this morning on the CDGA Golf Show. This portion of the show brought to you by Tour Edge. So I have a Ryder Cup question, Mike, but we're short on time here. I want to make sure we have time to talk about it because I do think it's interesting.
Okay.
So we'll do that at the top of the hour. Right now, let's just give people an update on what's going on in the Rocket Mortgage Classic in Detroit. Low scores.
Oh, God, they're back.
Back.
They are so back. And Chris Kirk, Philip Knowles, and Andrew Putnam are all tied for first. They don't go off till after lunch today, 1:05 for Kirk and Knowles, and then Putnam and Suber will go out at 12:56. But to your point, I mean, we just came out of a U.S. Open where making par was like making birdie, and now making birdie just isn't good enough.
Yeah, we're looking at leaders who are 14 down through 2 days.
Yeah, you had a cut that was 6 under par. You had to have shot a pair of 69s just to think about the weekend versus at the U.S. Open when you could have been like 7 or 8 over par. But yeah, we're back to the pitch and putts, the bomb and gouge, and the birdie machine. So you're going to hear a lot of roars. But I'll tell you, you got to highlight a guy like Jake Knapp. Now, this is a guy who, man, when he wants to go low, he's shot already a 59. And going into yesterday's round, he was even par. So with the cut being 6 under, he had a lot of work to do. Well, a lot of work he did. He shot 61. He finished 11 under and is now tied for 10th. So this game can have some wild swings when you're at venues like the Detroit Country Club up in Detroit, Michigan. And I think after talking with Andrew, the same thing is going to happen out in Silvis. These guys are just so very good. And so good that on Thursday, the first round of this Rocket Classic, there were 25 guys that played bogey-free golf. That's unheard of. Usually you get 5 to 10, but 25 out of the whole field, that's just remarkable. But it also goes to show you just how good the agronomy is, the equipment, the fitness, the teaching, and just the God-given ability.
Yeah, Knapp broke the course record in 11 under at 61 in his second round. Courses like these, even with the bigger names, you wonder almost what it would be like if somebody like Scotty would play in an event like this.
Yeah, and sometimes I think a guy like Scotty likes to stay away from this kind of stuff because where they have to play for the biggest purses, they're not going wildly under. So for guys that can get on runs and heaters, these kinds of events can be sometimes even life-changing for that matter. I mean, there's a lot of names up here that wouldn't, resonate with a lot of people, but this is the stage, like that intermediate step to get up to really to make it to the signature events, into the playoffs, and that kind of thing. So you've got a lot of players here that obviously are quite good, but it's also interesting from a fan's perspective to watch guys like, how does Jake Knapp do today after shooting
11 down.
72-61, an 11-shot pickup. Mentally now, he's got to go back knowing I made 11 birdies. Well, actually, he made 9 birdies and 1 eagle. So does he get into that mode of, oh, God, yesterday by now I was already 3 under and I'm still just even. And does it work against you today? Versus guys like Philip Knowles or Chris Kirk, who have gone 66, 64, or 65, 65. They're in that more of that consistent play. And does that sustain longer over the weekend than that one-hit wonder? Because I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Jake comes back with, a sub 70, maybe 71, and it isn't on that same line as the mid 60s like these guys are doing. But Philip Knowles had a round to remember yesterday. Okay, so he played the par fives. Get this, there are 4 par fives.
Okay.
Played him 7 under.
Jeez.
7 under. So he made 3 eagles and a birdie. The 3 eagles were all off the green. So he made a 27-yard. Now, he used a putter, so some people will say it was 81 feet. But the other one was 27 and 37 yards off, and he dunked them both. So Philip Knowles, now again, tied for first, but is he there because he kind of had that, that one hit wonder.
Unsustainable to do that again.
So I look at a guy like Chris Kirk. I look at a guy like Andrew Putnam, more seasoned players, as the guys to keep your eye on for the winner's circle come Sunday.
All right, we'll keep an eye on it as the morning goes on. Nobody really going to tee off while we're on the air, but looking forward to another weekend of golf in Detroit. We'll keep an eye on the next 2 days. I have a Ryder Cup question. I want to get your take on it. We'll do it next. It's the CDGA Golf Show.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Hey, Chicago golfers, experience pure golfing enjoyment at Fox Bend Golf Course. Fox Bend Golf Course offers playing conditions and the amenities of a traditional private club, but is open to the public and just 45 minutes from downtown. Visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
CDGA Golf Show. Shane Orling sitting in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan. This portion of the CDGA Golf Show brought to you by Geneva National. Now, I've been teasing. I had a Ryder Cup question for you. So there's...
Okay.
I'm not going to call it controversy, but it has generated headlines. People are talking about it. Keegan Bradley is the American Ryder Cup captain.
Yes, he is.
And he has played tremendous golf this year. Won at the Travelers last weekend. To the extent now people are seriously talking about, does Keegan Bradley pick himself as a member of the U.S. Ryder Cup team? Well, I was talking about this with Tyler this week, doing some prep for this show, and came to the idea with Tyler, why not Keegan Bradley be a member of the U.S. team and have Tiger Woods come out of the bullpen to captain?
I think that's an actual amazing way to look at it. And I know some people actually thought about bringing back Phil Mickelson, because honestly, if Phil would have never made that leap, he would be our captain right now.
Yep.
But because of the situation, if it can't be Phil, I love that concept. But I also think if Keegan Bradley at this point doesn't pick himself, he's not a very good captain. He needs to pick himself. He's playing the best golf that these players are all trying to make this team that he's a captain of. He's playing better than most of the players on the PGA Tour, period, at this point, at the ripe old age of close to 40, right? And he's a guy that I think is going to be good for Bethpage. He won up in Hartford, which obviously he's a Northeasterner. And the crowd, I think, will love having him as a captain. And if we can't get Tiger to step up, then I just say, Keegan, you stay being the captain.
Well, Tiger has said in the past, too, like I think it was last year, he has too many time commitments, his work with the PGA. There's so much stuff that he has going on. He doesn't feel like he could dedicate the time to being a captain. But at this point, wouldn't it almost be ceremonial? Like we have Keegan Bradley who's going to play, and Tiger, we'd love to have you be the guy that puts the team together.
I think what you just outlined is a recipe for major success because
fans would eat it up.
Oh, would they ever? Are you kidding me? You think that would make Beth Page really want to rock and roll? This Ryder Cup is projected to be off the charts as it is. So New Yorkers love to do things in the New York fashion, in a New York way. And I still don't think that that's out of the realm of possibilities, just because Ryder Cup doesn't necessarily have binding and rules and stringent things. There are ways to make things happen, all for the right reasons. And I think bringing Tiger would be quite the statement subconsciously, in a way, of telling Liv, we're fine without you. Look at what we're doing now. Time now is on our hands. And I think where Tiger would say, well, I got to spend all this time with the PGA Tour. That was when the whole Live PGA Tour thing was up in the air and nobody knew what was going on. And I don't know that anyone really still does, but now all this time has gone by.
And there's so much more a feeling that a lot of these Live guys are going to come back to the PGA.
100%.
That it to me, it seems like the work has been done or the situation has solved itself to an extent enough. Tiger can afford to take a little time away from those responsibilities to pick this up if he wanted to.
And it would be a statement like no other without having to say a word, because it would show that golf is alive and well in America, and we're just fine. If Liv, you want to go do your own thing and have your own niche product out there with the teams and the whatnot. But give it a couple years, and we're going to be like, who's on Live now these days? We're not even going to remember the Ian Poulters anymore because they're going to go off into the sunset. And I think what happened, if you saw what happened with Brooks Koepka yesterday, where he took a tee shot, he wasn't feeling well, and I mean, he got livid and took it out on a tee marker, and he withdrew from the event. That, to me, is showing that he's done. He is done with that tour. The sooner he can get done with that thing and over to the PGA Tour, the better. And as such, I think all of this allows a guy like Tiger to kind of go back to being the Tiger Woods he wants to be versus the Tiger Woods we need him to be for us in trying to save the game or save the PGA Tour. Right. But I think given the set of circumstances, because the last time a player was a playing captain was Arnold Palmer in the 60s.
Especially rare.
It is especially rare.
I wonder how much that factors into Keegan's decision-making on it.
It does. Now, again, should he do it? I think when he was set out to be the captain, to announce then that I'm still going to try to make this team as a player, I think he went at it with the right approach, that he was a captain first and a player second. But now, all of a sudden, his ability of playing, you can't ignore it.
Right.
And if you're going to be a good captain, you got to take your best players. And without being an egomaniac, he's got to say, folks, I'm one of your best players, and I think it would be best that I play. And I think, given everything this young man has been through in his life and the ups and downs and the trials and tribulations of his own Ryder Cup career, I couldn't think of a more fitting way to end after being snubbed the way that he got snubbed, to turn around and do something that nobody has done since Arnold Palmer, and do it well and win.
Yeah, and it's not like he would be picking himself undeservedly.
Exactly.
He's made the choice almost impossible for himself.
Exactly.
With his play.
And I think he's playing it just right, where he's keeping a low profile so that when he does make that pick, it's going to be made with the idea of a lot of applause, and thank goodness that he's doing that, versus trying to take the high road and not be, well, I don't want to be everything, the captain and all of that, unless he feels that truly being a captain is a full-time gig. I think he should just hold on to the captaincy and let his assistants do the heavy lifting and just keep him apprised. No different than an offensive coordinator, a defensive coordinator, and how the head coach work. There's no reason it can't be. Now, does Keegan have to play in every match? No, and nor should he. I think strategically, you put him in a singles match and maybe a Friday afternoon and a Saturday afternoon so he can be there to help figure out what the lineups are, and then he can just sort of relax and go play with a nice free mind and perform. And it would make me so happy for Keegan, given the heartaches that he went through, and it was all seen on, full swing, and to see it all come around and show that sometimes karma works out in your way.
No kidding.
But I'm a big Keegan Bradley fan this year, and I'd love to see a Cinderella story outcome with him playing.
So the whole reason this has become such a conversation is the Travelers last weekend where Keegan Bradley won. You can't talk about Keegan winning without talking about Tommy Fleetwood losing.
That's right.
And it's unfortunate that this just keeps happening to him.
It does.
But it's what it is.
I mean,
he's kind of cemented himself as that also ran in these tournaments.
And it's funny, Tyler and I are big Tommy Fleetwood fans.
I feel like everybody is. I don't think there's anybody out there that's like, yes, Tommy Fleetwood choked again.
No, in fact, Tommy is one of the nicest guys, and I think that's why it's so hard for us to watch him go through these difficult challenges here in America, because he was won over in Europe.
Yeah.
He just can't get over the finish line here in America, at least not yet. His golf swing, if there's somebody out there that I try to swing like, it's him. I just think he is one of the best golf swings I've ever seen. And, it's just, he's snake bit in a way, and it's really too bad. But at the same time, his time will come. It will come. But it is tough to watch guys go down in that way. And, once you start developing that I won't call it a reputation, but what you're kind of known for, it's sometimes hard to shake it. And you almost start to believe it yourself.
Well, and, boy, if it hadn't happened by now, 42 top 10 finishes without a PGA Tour win. It's unbelievable.
But if I told you, how would you like to play the PGA Tour and have 42 top 10 wins?
Everybody would take that.
Everybody would be like, absolutely.
Yeah, of course. But to do it without ever winning an event, that part would eat at you.
Oh, gosh, it does.
It's like if I told you could be an NBA player and I'll send you to the finals 10 times with no context, you go, that sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
But you're never going to win one of them. It would eat away at you.
Oh, just like it eats away, I think, at Jim Kelly and Buffalo Bills Mafia.
Yeah, how about 4 straight Super Bowls? You're going to lose them all. Would you take that outcome?
I don't know. I really don't know.
That's a great question.
That is a good question.
312-332-3776.
What would
you sign up to be Tommy Fleetwood? If I told you you're going to have 42 top 10 finishes, but you will win none of the events.
I think I would. Because I think it would just be fun trying to defy it, because you're making money, you're making an admirable living, big time. But man, I'll tell you what, that would be hard. But you got to give these guys credit. And, sometimes I'm more impressed with how the players handle themselves in defeat than I am with when they win.
He was classy.
A total classy guy. And he reminded me of exactly what happened at the Adaptive Open when Issa lost. And I came up to him and I felt so bad. I mean, this guy just threw away a couple of $1,000s in a matter of the last few holes. And I expressed my sorrow to him. And you know what he did? He looked at me and he goes, it's just a game. And I was like, you know what? You're right. It is. It doesn't define who you are. It doesn't define. And he had the biggest grin on his face. And that taught me more about how to take defeat in a classy way. And I see it with Tommy, too. Tommy, I hate to say he's a good loser, but he's a quality gentleman when he doesn't go into winner's circle. Well, I can't call him a loser.
It goes back to it gives you something to chase. And you want it to happen, and you're probably dying for it to happen. And maybe one day it will happen or maybe it won't, but it's being in that hunt. You have a goal, a dream that you can chase, and he's clearly very aware of that.
Oh, 100%. And it's no different than what happened with Rory in the Masters. It finally happened.
Exactly, yeah.
And I look forward to it happening for Tommy Fleetwood. And if it can't be Rory winning, I would love for Tommy to win the British Open, but it still doesn't solve his problem of winning in America.
Yeah, and right. It would be nice to see, though.
Oh, it really would.
And the relief, like I think of Rory winning the Masters and his walk back, the relief that you saw on camera.
I think for Tommy, it would not only provide that certain relief, but now it gives him the confidence that I can. And now that I can, watch me. and I'll throw on a few more wins before I retire. So if he can get across the finish line once, I bet he finishes with 4 or 5 wins in his career.
I'm going to ask you this. There's 2 outcomes I'll offer you. You can have 42 top 10 finishes and win none of those events.
Okay.
Or you can have 1 top 10 finish where you win.
Well, I think I would take the win if it could be the Players' Championship or Augusta.
Yeah, I just can I place the
Can
event?
I place the event?
We're going to do it at the Masters.
Because if it's the Barracuda Open, then I want the 42 top 10s.
You're winning Rocket Mortgage. That's the one. Or you can have 42 top 10s.
That's it. No, I would take the 42 wins. Or I mean the 42 second places or
whatever they are.
Whatever they are. Yeah, the top 10s. But if it could be a major, I would take the major.
Of course. I mean, who wouldn't?
Yeah, I mean, because I know that's, well, especially with Augusta, it means I can go back every year.
This is going to lead us to a great place because you sent me the Golf Digest, the top 100 courses came out. So obviously, we're going to take Augusta out of it. But we look through the top 100 courses. Which of the courses we most would like to play at some point in our lives? We'll get into that a little bit next. It's the CDGA Golf Show.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time. A 3-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th, a day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
In 1958, few imagined a young Joliet native and Air Force veteran like Brent Wadsworth would pioneer the nation's leader in world-class golf construction. Wadsworth Golf Construction was founded on his vision of leading with integrity, service, and quality. With over 1,000 golf courses built or renovated, including 110 in Illinois, Wadsworth Golf has left an indelible mark. Yet it's more than just construction. Wadsworth's philanthropy, embodied by Wadsworth Golf Charities Foundation, has donated over $12 million to nonprofits using golf to uplift children, veterans, and the underprivileged. Projects like Youth Links at Cantini, CDGA Sunshine Course, and newly renovated Canal Shores in Evanston have benefited. Wadsworth Golf proudly supports the CDGA and looks ahead to further collaboration in enhancing the golfing community. Explore their projects and foundation at wadsworthgolf.com.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at the Highlands of Elgin or Bowes Creek Country Club. Enjoy exceptional playing conditions and afterward, perhaps a savory pork chop at the Grumpy Goat Tavern. A great place to continue your day of play. Check us out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Tullymore Golf Resort is the perfect spot for your next golf trip. With 36 holes of championship golf and on-site accommodations, Tullymore Golf Resort is up north golf without the drive. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com.
Chicago-based Zero Friction is the fastest-growing golf products company in America. Founded in 2001, Zero Friction is responsible for establishing the three-pronged performance tee and remains the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride electric bag trolley with a pocket-sized remote control that uses Smart Follow technology to follow within 3 feet of you. Stride was voted Product of the Year at the PGA Golf Show. To check out all the innovative Zero Friction products, go to zerofriction.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports across Chicagoland. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deere Path, and newly renovated Winnetka, to western suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, host of Live Golf Chicago, and Cantini, and Southside gems like Harborside International, Kemper Sports offers something for everyone. With impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years, Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Crane Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow at Kemper Sports on social media.
You've arrived at French Lick Resort here in Indiana. 2 hotels you have to see to believe. Legendary Golf by Pete Dye and Donald Ross. Our little corner of the world is like nowhere else. Your French Lick getaway starts now at FrenchLick.com.
Must be 21 to enter casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
How's your golf game? Yeah, mine too, but more on that later. It's time for more golf talk on the CDGA Golf Show, your guide to golf around the world and in your neighborhood. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Tyler Rocky off this week on a golf trip with his buddies, playing real golf.
Playing real golf.
Shane Orling sitting in for him. Mike Gilligan here, as always, on the CDGA Golf Show. This portion of the CDGA Golf Show brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club. And, Mike, this week, Golf Digest released the top 100 golf courses in America.
Mm-hmm.
And you had the question, how many have you played? I can promise you, I'm scrolling through, but I can pretty much promise without looking, the answer's 0. And there are a few on here that I could knock out pretty easily if I wanted to. Like Butler National, I could knock out if I really wanted to. Crooked Stick, I could knock out. My issue with it would be I'd shoot a 150 at these courses.
Well, it's not for the faint of heart, that is for sure, especially Butler.
Of which
I'm not sure they get any tougher than Butler National. In fact, Dennis is playing out there today with David Lynn. But Butler, for those who can remember and for those who don't, used to host the Western Open for many, 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 many years, and it was one of the best tour stops, and it was always over the 4th of July weekend here in Chicago. And being in Oak Brook, it was the greatest place for the northern suburbs, the western suburbs, and the southern suburbs to come together to watch some great golf over a holiday weekend. And those were the days. But then, Shoal Creek happened in 1990, and membership had to have certain, openness, and a lot of clubs decided that they didn't want to open their doors to certain demographics, and Butler was one of them. So as such, they don't host anything, and yet they are in the top 100. But believe it or not, they're not the top course in Chicago. Chicago Golf is, and Wheaton, Illinois. And it's the first 18-hole golf course in America. So it has a lot of history, a lot of tradition, and it is a very, very, very special place. So, yeah, those that are in the top 100 are generally there for reasons that the agronomy is like no other. A lot of these courses in the top 100 were built long before they even had modern equipment. This was done with, donkeys and mules pulling equipment. And if you go to an old golf course and you're playing an old country club, you'll see just how close sometimes they will put the next tee box to the green. Now, they don't do that in modern design because of safety, but they did this in the old days because they didn't want to have to, travel very far with the equipment. I mean, they wanted to come off the green and get right back on a tee box and start mowing. And that's why country clubs are very woven tight together in that vein. Now with the advancement in equipment and golf balls and people hitting farther and more wayward, more modern golf course technology has us building bigger and more spacious places to play, obviously for the safety of the fans. But as we get back to the top 100 in America, there's sometimes a lot of politics that go into this. So you'll see clubs that weren't in it for a while and then they reappear. And I think you mentioned Crooked Stick is one of those. I think they're ranked at number 99. But unlike you, when I went through them, I've played 55 of the top 100.
Isn't that nice? That's a big number.
Yeah, it is. And I've been blessed when I worked with the PGA, and I had to be headquartered to, like, I'm looking at Wingfoot, number 13. They have both Wingfoot East and West in the top 100, and I spent 2 years living there. So I played that golf courses many times. So I've been honorary members at a lot of the, I won't say a lot, a few. Inverness, Oak Hill, the Country Club, Medina, Valhalla, Riviera, Sahali, Southern Hills, and Kiowa Island, the Ocean Course. So I was an honorary member at all of those.
That's incredible.
So those are all easily in my bucket list. But I've read books on guys that have played all 100 or achieved it, and it's hard to do because they talk about the 4 that are absolutely impossible. Because to your point, you live here in Chicago, you probably have family, friends that are in the Midwest that could probably get you on at Oakland Hills up in Michigan or, Crooked Stick down in Indianapolis or Butler or Medina. But do you know anybody at Augusta?
Nope.
Do you know anybody at Pine Valley?
Nope.
How about Cypress Point? And the other one is Crystal Downs, and that's up in Frankfort, Michigan. And the golf course is only open a few months a year because it is so far north. And from what I gather, the gentleman who did Cypress was going out east, and he was going to return home back to England until he saw the property up in Michigan. And he telegraphed back to Europe, my work is not done. And he stayed and did Crystal Downs. So they talk about the 4, Pine Valley, Augusta, Cypress, and Crystal Downs as the 4 that stand in the way of somebody truly trying to get to the number 100. Those are the 4 toughest, as it's been described by many. I have 2 of the 4. I have Pine Valley and Crystal Downs. I got to get the other 2, which was Augusta and Cypress. And Augusta, I had the chance to play, but I had to make a job change because I had an opportunity that came up. And at the time, the group that I was working with was a contracted vendor to Augusta National for the Masters. So we were going to play in early May, and I had to...
I
had to withdraw.
That's unfortunate.
That was the closest I've ever been.
Do you feel like that opportunity will knock again?
I do. Somehow, some way. I don't know how, but I keep praying that someday it'll happen. I think I'll be able to get on Cypress with some people that I know.
So if you knock out all 4 of them, then you have to go for the 100.
Then I have to go. Oh, gosh. Then as soon as I retire, I'm getting a Winnebago, and here I go.
Yeah, right.
And I'll write letters. I'll do anything. I'll play it on a Monday if I have to when it's closed, or even if you tell me I got to do it at night with lights, I'll figure it out. But if
just
I
to be able to say you played the 100.
Yes. If I could get Augusta and Cypress, it's going to be hammered down. I'll go get the rest.
So is Cypress number 1? If you take out Augusta, which I think if we asked people what golf course is the top of your bucket list to play at, Augusta would be everyone's number 1.
Oh, 100%.
If you took it out, is Cypress number 1 for you?
Well, the one that I want to play the most is Cypress. But my favorite golf course until I play Cypress of them all is number 1 is Pine Valley. And because of the way that I got to play Pine Valley, I had spent 2 years at Wingfoot doing the 1997 PGA Championship, being the tournament director there. And the general chairman, an executive with Texaco, as a matter of fact, and he ran the European branch from Greenwich, Connecticut, and he would travel via private plane over to Europe every week. But he was our general chairman, loved Wingfoot, bled blue and white Wingfoot. I mean, he was everything Wingfoot. And he looked at me and he said, Mike, if you deliver a PGA championship for us that is memorable, I will give you a memory that you will have for the rest of your life. And he took me to Pine Valley. And it is something I will never, ever forget.
That's unreal.
And that's also how I got to play Crystal Downs after spending 2 years at Inverness. The general chairman there, Jack Brune and Bob Hinkle, took me up to Crystal Downs, and we spent 3 nights, and we played 36 holes for 3 straight days at Crystal Downs. And when people realize I played Crystal Downs and played 36 holes for 3 straight days, that was special. Yeah. So I think it was how I got to play those two that make it so very, very special, because it was somebody that was so near and dear to me. It just wasn't, oh, go play with that threesome up there and maybe get to know them and hopefully they speak English. You know, it's one of those. But these were with people that I truly loved and were admired these people, and they were doing it as a thank you to me, and it was some of the most enjoyable golf I've ever played. So those two in particular really are some of my most favorite rounds that I've ever played.
That's incredible.
But my best round, or I should say my favorite company of all time, was here at Wingfoot, the number 13 club. And it was Media Day, 1996. Mark Brooks had won the PGA Championship, or it was 97 was the Media Day. He won in 96 at Valhalla, so he showed up as our champion. Gary McCord and Jim Nance were also there because it was Media Day, and we all went out to play the golf course. And being one of the better players at the PGA of America, I always got put with the pros and the captains whenever they'd come in town, because I could go to the back tees and play with them. Not that I could play as good as them, but I could be what I would consider a competitive rabbit of sort, to keep their game and just almost being like a marker with them. So in this particular instance, it's Mark Brooks and I against Gary McCord and Jim Nance. Now, you have to remember, Jim Nance played collegiate golf at the University of Houston and was roommates with Freddie Couples. So Jim Nance has got game. So let's start there. And then, you know, Gary McCord, he's a jester holding court when he plays. I mean, he's a motor mouth and he can't stop talking, and he calls his shots while he plays. And nobody had played Wingfoot yet. And in fact, Jim Nance had just come on to be he was a social member waiting to get to become a golf member. And so here it is, me and a PGA Tour player against these two, and we were playing for money, and the caddies at Wingfoot bet on the players as well. And as it turns out, we realized that one of the caddies at Wingfoot was Gary McCord's original caddy when he was on the PGA Tour as a rookie, and we reunited them, and it was really a great time. And as such, Gary went around calling shots, reuniting with his old caddy, and he kept betting his own caddy, like on putts and different things. And he'd say, hey, because his nickname was Lightning. He'd say, hey, Lightning, $100 says I make this putt. He'd go, you're on, boss. And he'd make it. And then he'd go, okay, double or nothing on this one. And he'd make it. And so I'm kind of keeping track of how much this caddy is down. And he's down almost $500. And we get to the final green. And Gary's got to be 33 feet away. And he goes, all right, one more time, Lightning, double or nothing. He goes, you're on, boss. Sure enough, he makes it again.
Oh, my God.
And now I'm feeling like, oh, my God, is he really going to collect from this guy? So afterwards, I tell everyone, hey, we've got your caddies. The PGA's taken care of. If you want to tip them, fine. And I look over, and Gary pulls out of his pocket a wad of cash, and he reels off 10 $100 bills, gives it to Lightning, and says, thanks for everything. And that was it.
That's unreal.
And then he signed a book.
Great day for the caddy,
a great day for the caddy. He had just come out with a book, and of course, Nance and McCord fleeced us because Mark Brooks played like a dog, and so we got killed. So we lost the money. Gary was actually helping me with a move in my swing, so he was giving me the basis of a playing lesson a little bit throughout the course. So he signs my book. Dear Mike, thanks for the playing lesson. I can't wait to win my money back, Gary McCord. And that's just how he is. So
that's awesome.
That was by far the most enjoyable round of golf I've ever played. I never laughed harder, and that was at the number 13th ranked golf course in the world, Wingfoot West.
I think for me, the thing that stands out, because obviously I'm not an accomplished golfer, so whenever I play, I enjoy, like I've played in California a few times, I love the vistas that you can get out west when you're golfing. Pebble would be my number one.
Yes.
Because I don't think you'll beat the vista of playing at Pebble.
Pebble is probably the most iconic, beautiful course, but I would tell you there are some, you go up to Bandon Dunes, I think then you'll start to go, whoa, this is almost as good or better. But there is something very, very special about Pebble. And I just think because we know the course so well, because we see it on TV annually,
right?
With the AT&T, the Pro-Am, and, you see some of the stars, the Bill Murrays. So it's a course that we know. Like, we also know Augusta, because we see it so often. We feel like we know Amen Corner.
But TPC Sawgrass a bit that way for
exact
me as well.
Yeah, with the Island Green. So Pebble Beach is usually one of the top on people's bucket list for sure. But fortunately, I've been to Pebble Beach many times.
A lot left to do on the CDGA Golf Show. Shane Orling sitting in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan. We're going to play a little fair or foul.
Okay.
With some of the rules that have caused controversy lately in professional golf. We'll do it next. It's the CDGA Golf Show.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Giants.
Live coverage begins today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute is proud to present the Chicago Adaptive Open. When injuries happen, IBJI's Ortho Access Immediate Care Clinics are here to help. Skip the ER and get specialized orthopedic care for sprains, fractures, and sports injuries. No appointment needed. With 14 convenient locations across Chicagoland, Ortho Access provides expert treatment from IBJI specialists, helping you recover faster and get back to what you love. Experience same-day care close to home. Visit IBJI.com for Ortho Access locations and hours. That's IBJI.com.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Chicagoland's very own Tour Edge Golf is celebrating 20 years of exotics with their brand new Exotic 725 series. The 10K MOI E725 driver provides the ultimate in forgiveness and stability off the tee, while the rest of the 725 series is packed with innovation specifically designed to cover every player type looking to level up their game. It's time to see for yourself why over 200 PGA Tour professionals have chosen to put exotics in their bags. For more on the new Tour Edge Exotic 725 series, visit touredge.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Discover why Oswego Land Park District's Fox Bend Golf Course is considered the gem of the western suburbs, and it's just 45 minutes from downtown. Built in 1967, Fox Bend was voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. A 6,900-yard par 72 layout that will appeal to all levels of play. With the most superb green complexes in the Chicagoland area, Fox Bend has hosted 3 Illinois Open Championships, and this year, Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2025 Chicago Adaptive Open, June 20th through the 22nd. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
You strive for more in life and in business, never settling for anything less than. Your bank should be no different. It's time for a fresh perspective. It's time to move things from to-do to done. It's time for your bank to go the extra mile for you. Achieve more at Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations. Visit ourbankchicago.com to get started. Republic Bank of Chicago, member FDIC.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Your outing could not be better than at the Highlands of Elgin. The Grumpy Goat Tavern is a great place to finish your golf get-together as well. Check them out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Shane Orling sitting in for Tyler with Mike Gilligan. You're just talking off the air in the break. A story you can keep your eye on if you're watching Rocket Mortgage this weekend. Will Gordon, in the final start of his major medical exemption, made the cut on 2 consecutive birdies to close out his round yesterday to finish 6 under. He's climbed 33 spots in the leaderboard today, and why this is important, if he had missed the cut, he would have lost his PGA Tour card.
Yeah.
So now by playing the 72 holes this weekend, he will at least keep his card through the fall and be allowed to finish the season.
Correct. He'll play as one of the players between the 125 and the 150 ranking. Now, is that where you really want to be? No, but he was within an eyelash of having no more PGA Tour. Like, you're done. You have to go back to tour school and start this process all over again. He'd been working on a medical exemption, and this is the final event of his medical exemption. So he had to make something of it. And to your point, Shane, he did exactly what he needed to do. He made those birdies coming in. And guess what? Like you said, 33 spots he's climbed. He's on the 18th hole in his 3rd round as we speak. He is now 10 under. He's tied for 31st. The world is looking awfully nice for Will Gordon, and a story to tune into. Because, I mean, how can you not root for a kid like that?
Yeah, exactly. This is what is so great about golf is it doesn't always have to be about the top 10 finish or the winner. There are stories you can find for guys who are in the middle of the pack or fighting to make a cut just to stay on the tour.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, this is a guy that this could be, when you look down or look back at your career, this Rocket Mortgage Classic event and this specific happening might be the stepping stone for a Will Gordon to never have to go back and now to really feel like he belongs here. And I think, again, the mental makeup in golf is everything. This may give him a certain amount of confidence that, wait a minute, I do belong with this group. I didn't falter. I didn't fail in the last couple of days. I deserve to be here, and now I'm going to play with some confidence, and good for him. I mean, I hope he makes birdie at 18 and can finish 5 under today and start to climb into this thing a little.
Absolutely. And it's part of, when you don't have the big names at an event like this, it doesn't make the event less important. It is the most important event for somebody on the card.
It always is. It always is. They're all playing for their livelihoods. They're playing for their lives. And for some people, like Will, they're just trying to stay at this tour and not have to return back to a Corn Ferry or even worse, going up to Canada. Not that Canada's bad, but the Canadian Tour and the Latin American Tour are tours that are one step down below Corn Ferry. So, you know, will Gordon have a home next year? Yes. Let's just hope it's going to be the PGA Tour.
This portion of the CDGA Golf Show brought to you by Republic Bank. Mike, let's do a little fair or foul.
Yes.
And I thought it was so funny you sent this in because earlier this week we were talking about LeBron and wanting to shorten NBA quarters, and we did a little what rule in sports would you change? And one of our callers on the Cap and J Hood Show called in saying they would change the divot rule in PGA, where if your shot lands in somebody else's divot, you should be allowed to move it out without a penalty.
I agree. I think it is, you know, in this day and age, you should have an ability, whether it's somebody out there replacing divots after they actually hit and getting those things to the point where a ball could never really roll into it because you've put enough material back in, you know, much like with, you know, what do they do in a baseball game? The middle of the game, all of a sudden you see these guys running out with these grates and they start dragging the infield dirt.
They get the hose out and re-wet the infield.
Yeah, because we want to make sure everybody has a nice Sunday hop. You know, can't have a bad bounce. But why we don't do that in golf is beyond me. I mean, an infield's huge. I mean, your divot, you're talking about something that's a few inches by a couple inches. But that ball finds it. It can be Like, you can take a perfect drive and be so amped up because you piped it down the middle. Then you get to look down at your ball and you're penalized. You're actually in somebody's divot who didn't even have the courtesy of even trying to replace it or even put sand in it. It's now sitting down a good inch below the surface, and now you're supposed to make it work. And make it work meaning get enough club, not too much spin, because when those balls are sitting down in divots like that, they'll spin much, much more. While you may say, well, that's good for stopping it, yeah, but it may not travel as far.
Right.
So now you got to start thinking, well, I got to hit more club. But you shouldn't have to do that when you did exactly what the course designer asked you to do, and that's put it in the middle of the fairway. And some people may say, well, yeah, it's just golf. It's the rub of the green. Yeah, but it shouldn't be that way. You should be rewarded for the accomplishment you made from the tee.
I understand play it as it lies. If you hit a bad shot and you're sitting on wood chips, that's your lot in life. You have to take responsibility for the shot that you hit. But if you drill it down the middle of the fairway and you're getting screwed because somebody else didn't take care of their responsibility and replace what they should have replaced, that shouldn't be on you. You did your job.
100%. And I know some of the traditionalists out there are going to argue that, well, Mike, when is a divot a divot? You know, is that a divot? When it grew back in for a few days, though, is it still a divot? But I would even be willing to say, okay, it's got to be fresh. And you can tell a fresh divot versus a not a fresh divot.
The last group took a divot on a shot and you had the misfortune of hitting into it.
I think that's exactly when the rules should apply. Now, if I go into a spot that maybe 5-6 days ago it was a divot, but it's grown back in and, you know, I can still play the shot. You play it. But to me, I think it's so simple because this game is built on integrity, trust, and just etiquette. So if I feel like I'm in a divot and you are my playing partner, you know, you're a competitor, as is, you know, let's say Tyler's in our group, we're playing a threesome. I just call you two over and go, you guys agree this is a divot? Do you agree? Yep. Because you're protecting the field. You're not making sure that I'm pulling one over on the rest of the field that can't see this. That's your role as a competitor, is that we keep each other, we watch each other because they're all doing that at the other groups too, so that we now know we have a very fair competition because we're all doing what we're supposed to be doing as competitors. So I do think that there is a check and balance system that could be in place there, but I see it too many times, and I see it a lot in the amateur game where that ball lands in a divot and it ruins the hole for him because, quite frankly, how much do you ever practice hitting balls out of divots?
Never.
Well, there you go.
Never.
I know.
Why would you?
I know, but you have to if you're really going to be, because you really do have to know how to do that. But I don't know anyone that goes and gets that big bucket of balls and goes, I can't wait to stick this thing in a hole and see what happens.
You don't go to the driving range and start cutting out divots so you can hit out of them. Like that, nobody's doing that.
Nobody does that.
I think for me, is this something the player can control? Can you control against this outcome? And hitting into someone else's divot is not something that you can necessarily control. But where it's interesting where the line gets drawn. If you hit into a bunker that somebody didn't rake and your ball is sitting in their heel print, should you be allowed to take a drop on that?
You know what? And that's another one. Unraked bunkers drive me nuts. That is the worst thing you can do, is go into a bunker, make a mess, and then just leave it. It's like you just basically flipped off the rest of the golf course behind you, just saying, I don't care about you. This is all about me. And it is the worst. And I think that is something that could have been controlled by somebody else. They didn't. I had no idea. I didn't want to hit it in the bunker, but
when it's also, you're not getting off the tee box and going up to analyze the bunker and make sure that it's been raked ahead of you.
Because I'm going to bail out to that bunker because it hasn't been raked or it has been raked. I don't think so. So in high school golf, we will often, because we would play 9-hole dual matches against high schools after school was out. So consequently, we're teeing off about like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chances are we're going to run into bunkers that have been, destroyed, played in, whatever. So we always played the rule rake in place. You could rake it, and then you had to place it.
Sure.
Some people play rake and roll. Some people say rake and drop, but the problem is when you drop in a bunker, you're dropping it into a fried egg. So we usually played rake and roll or rake and place. And, again, you've got your competitors and saying, I'm in a footprint, but when we just say no matter what happens, it's rake and place, then everybody sees people raking and placing. It's not a big deal when we all get to play under the same rules. So, yeah, I mean, there are some goofy rules that we got to remember. Golf was invented a long time ago, but there are some rules that I think are very antiquated. And there are things like rub of the green. Like, for example, how about when you hit the shot? J.J. Spawn in the U.S. Open on the second hole, if you remember, he flagged it. It hit the stick, and then it ended up going 50 yards. Away.
Sometimes that's life.
I know. And I do compare. Some people say, well, that shouldn't be the case. But what happens when you shoot a basketball? It hits the rim, but then it bounces and it goes over the backboard. That sometimes happens. It's out of bounds. So I agree when you do hit the flag and it ricochets into a bunker, you hit the flag. I mean, it's no different than hitting a tree or anything else, although this is what you were aiming at. But you got to have something that we can look at to see and indicate where the location is. And if you hit that little thing, good for you. But sometimes it works in your favor, but sometimes it doesn't. And to me, that's just golf.
Take a quick break on the CDGA Golf Show. When we come back, we'll go around the CDGA, wrap things up this morning right here on ESPN 1000.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show are presented by Hankin Law.
Golf with the Legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Crafted Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Grow your game to the next level and share it with those who need it most. With a CDGA membership, you'll become better through golf. As a CDGA member, you'll receive exclusive benefits headlined by a handicap index issued by the USGA. Other benefits include access to special member perks, unique competitions, memorable excursions, exclusive member communications, and more. Additionally, all memberships help the CDGA expand access to the game and ensure that it evolves for future generations through unique and impactful sunshine programs. Learn more at CDGA.org.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Bowes Creek Country Club offers the finest playing conditions and has tournaments open to the public. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
If you haven't been to a PXG golf store, you are missing out. Every location is equipped with state-of-the-art fitting bays, the full lineup of our game-changing golf clubs, an incredible selection of PXG apparel, golf bags and accessories, and personal service that is absolutely second to none. The best part, it's a ton of fun. Find out what PXG can do for your game. Come see us at either of our 2 Chicago locations, Northbrook and Oakbrook. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 47 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. It's located near I-88 and 355, so get out and play at Village Links. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant and Bar overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
From PGA to where you should play, this is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Wrapping things up on the CDGA Golf Show this morning, Shane Orling sitting in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan. Always a pleasure to sit in with you.
Oh, no doubt. I love having you in the booth. You can sub anytime.
I'm happy to.
Tyler, go keep playing golf. Shane, I got this.
Yeah, let's make that the situation. Tyler, I just took your job.
Yeah, no, he's a good man. He's a good man. But I think he's going to be on TV with what I saw out at the Adaptive Open out of him. I have to say, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, Tyler is really good. I really have to give him that. I was listening to the telecast. I was watching it, and I remember I knew we had Dan Roan, and I knew we had Tim Merrick in the studio, and I'm like, who's that other guy? He sounds good. I'm like, oh, my God, that's Tyler. That's my co-host. And it's like, geez, this guy's going to be on TV someday, I think.
Yeah?
That's going to be my goal. Or my bet, I'll say.
I think he's a radio man, but you never know what could happen.
Yeah. He's got the looks, I guess. I don't know.
Oh,
but
he does?
I
always
don't
thought
know.
he had a face for radio. I know I do. I can say that because I know I do.
You guys are both handsome men.
Well,
you both know it. You look like Tom Selleck in that Detroit Tigers hat.
Thank you. That's a great compliment. That's fantastic. All right, let's take a look around the CDGA. Tell us what's going on this weekend.
Well, first and foremost, folks, and I'm holding it up here for those on Twitch, with a new July magazine, more than ever, a story about caddy to college and the whole Western Golf Association's program, and how many kids and the greater good that they've done by funding thousands of kids going to colleges all around the country, and some of the best colleges at that. So in there, this edition is packed with all kinds of information and some great stories. Casey, Tim, Jacob, and Simon did a wonderful job, and Barry Cronin, you as well. So make sure you're on the lookout. It should be arriving. If it didn't arrive already, it might arrive, in fact, even today. And when you are in your July edition, make sure you go back to the second to last page, because when you join CDGA membership, CDGA member perks, and there are quite a few of them that we have here. We've got about 36 different offers going out in July. Just to give you an idea of what's going on from a golfing perspective. Fox Bend, $90 twosome with cart, Monday to Friday, anytime. Up at Glenview Park, title sponsor of our show, 18-hole early bird special for $69 for 2 players and a cart. So up in Glenview, Glenview, Illinois, not Glenview, Iowa, or anywhere else. Go see Ron Cassidy up there. For the western suburb folks, Phillips Park, they have a $95 twosome with cart offer Monday to Thursday. And then Prairie Landing and individuals, you can play for $65 out at Prairie Landing. And those are 2 really, really good golf courses out in the western suburbs. And then for those who, are looking for equipment, CDGA members, remember, we have updated and have really brought a new platform for our CDGA member online golf shop. So if you're in the market for any Srixon, Titleist, or Callaway premium tour golf balls, you can't find pricing any better than you would find at your CDGA member golf shop, because you get your CDGA member discount on anything and everything that is in that shop, because that shop has been designed exclusively for you. And so if there are things that you would like to see in our golf shop, feel free to email us, because this is your shop, not our shop. It is your shop. And go on out, and they've got some amazing, amazing things. Kaylee has got some new head covers that just came in, and it's worth a look. So, again, and for those, if you're not a CDGA member and you want to get involved and be a part of the 120,000 across the Chicagoland and most of the state, it's real simple. Go to cdga.org, click on membership, And for $50, you can tap into savings of all kinds.
Yeah,
and
fantastic.
Tyler and I talk about it all the time. I had people who bought drivers, practice putting greens, and one purchase paid for the entire membership. So for what less than a dozen Titleists, you can tap into savings that will pay over and over and over for the rest of the year.
CDGA.org.
CDGA.org. Yeah. That's it.
$50 is nothing for a string of great deals.
No, I mean, it could be the $50 will open it up so that you can buy your Titleists now even cheaper than ever before because you're a CDGA member.
This portion of the CDGA Golf Show brought to you by French Lick Golf Resort. That'll do it for us. For Mike Gilligan, I'm Shane Orling. This has been the CDGA Golf Show. Peggy and Dion coming up next. You'll get White Sox Weekly and White Sox Baseball with Jack McGrath starting at 12:30 right here on ESPN 1000.
Thank you.
Founded in 2001, Zero Friction established the #1 performance tee on the PGA Tour with over 70 PGA Tour victories. In 2024, Zero Friction introduced their newest innovation, the Stride Electric Bag Trolley, voted Product of the Year at the PGA Show. To secure your personal caddy, go to zerofriction.com.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
We're not one of the largest banks in America. We're Republic Bank of Chicago. For Chicago, we've got the banking solutions you want, the local expertise you need, and the exceptional service you deserve right here at Republic Bank of Chicago.
Voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine, Fox Bend Golf Course has hosted 3 Illinois Opens. This 6,900-yard par 72 gem appeals to all levels of play. Conveniently located just 45 minutes from downtown in the western suburbs. To book a tee time, visit foxbendgolfcourse.com. Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated. And I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
When a person calls 988, they're connected to a crisis counselor.
Crisis is completely self-defined. If you're wondering if you should call, you should probably call.
A caller can expect to talk about coping skills, talk about resources, and ways to move forward beyond the call.
They can call us, they can chat, they can text, and when they come out on the other side, they're feeling better.
Call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, ladies! Get funky.
Could it be? Testing 1, 2. Is this real? Is this happening? Is this Memorex?
I'm so excited right now.
It's like, wait a second. Yes, Peggy and Dion are together again, live in studio. This is crazy.
It is. It has been way too long. I don't even remember.
Is it July yet?
It is almost. It feels like it's coming. Well, it is coming very quickly. We're just 2 days away from July. I don't remember the last time we were in here together. Do you?
No. But you know what? It's the summer.
It's the summer.
It's
and
the summer.
You know what?
Everyone else takes a vacation.
I like seeing people taking glamorous vacations. It's fun.
Yes, I was in France last week.
And I missed that memo. I mean, I'm sure, I know you told me 100 times over. It slipped my brain. That is awesome. Was it wonderful? What was the weather like there?
It was very hot.
Was it really?
Very hot. And we were in Saint-Emilion, which is Bordeaux, which is like my jam.
Yeah.
And we did a bucket list item for me. I never call it bucket list, but when people said, well, why did you go? I think, well, I guess it would be called a bucket list item.
Okay.
I joined this Grand Cru of Bordeaux, which is a union, a club, and it was the revealing of the 2022 vintage.
That's so cool.
They do something like that here in Chicago at the Drake Hotel, and it's really for people in the wine industry and vendors, and you do tastings, and then that's it. But in Bordeaux, they have the big tastings. They have, hundreds of wines, some of the best ones that you can. And then they have wine dinners at different chateaus. So we did that, which was very interesting. Let me tell you, when we got home and found out that Paris and other parts of France was getting upset at all the American visitors and shutting down, like the Louvre closed
my word,
because there were too many visitors. I am so not surprised, because there was a gentleman at our wine dinner sitting next to my husband. Now, we don't speak French. Mm-hmm. And the couple we went with doesn't speak French. We can try, we can understand a couple of words, but we don't speak French. And there's a big difference between France today in 2025 and France in even the year 2000.
Right.
When they would not help you.
No, not at all. I went in the year 2000.
They would just look at you.
Correct. I've never felt more foreign.
It's
right?
awful.
Yeah,
Yes.
awful feeling. Yeah.
Now, almost everyone speaks English.
Oh,
Unless
wow.
you are in a really, really small rural area, almost everyone speaks English. So we had a local Bordeaux resident sitting next to my husband. And he sits down and he starts making Trump jokes.
Oh, no.
And so we basically were pretending like we didn't understand him.
Right.
And we were like, what? Wait, yeah. So he's making jokes, and he's getting like silly. And we were like, okay, whatever. And he says, do you speak French? And my husband said, no. And he goes, I can tell. It's your French is terrible. And I said, so is your English. So he looked at me and smiled and laughed. And so I was like, all right, we're on to you. Like, we get what you're doing, right? He would not let up. Everything was making fun of the Americans. And meanwhile, this guy...
Taints your experience. I don't love that.
This guy and the guy from Amsterdam across the table, who also didn't speak a lot of English, were... we were not the rude ones. They were asking the servers for more wine. And when you're at a wine tasting in a chateau, like, they're basically giving you tastings. You get a glass with each.
Right.
You might get an extra glass, whatever. This guy, not only was he waving over the server for more wine, but when they were pouring the wine, he was waving his hand like more. Now, a 5-ounce pour is a typical glass of wine. Of course. If you look on your wine glass, if there is a logo on the glass, that's your 5 ounces. And that's how a server knows how much to pour. It goes to the logo.
Yeah.
Oh, no. This was above the logo. This was like 2/3 full. It was an obnoxious pour. And both guys, the guy from Amsterdam and the guy from Bordeaux, kept doing it. And all I could think of is, man, and they say we're the obnoxious ones. But overall, we had such an amazing time.
That sounds wonderful.
We tasted some phenomenal wines in Saint-Emilion. It was really amazing. It was great. But I got hit hard by the jet lag on the way home.
Oh, did you?
Last week, after I got home, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, my family could not wake me up at 4:30 in the afternoon.
So what time of day did you fly home? Did you fly home?
We got home like early afternoon, like 1:00 Chicago time.
Okay.
So it was typically like 8:00 French time.
Right.
So stay up, stay awake. Okay. I did that. I thought I did a pretty good job on Tuesday, but then it felt like I was pulling an all-nighter by the time I went to bed at like 10 o'clock. It was basically 5 o'clock in the morning. So I go to bed. I'm waking up at 2. I finally got up at 3. So I finally got up after like 2.5 hours of sleep. Played golf on Wednesday. Could not swing a club. I looked like, it was goof hour.
I shouldn't laugh.
It was goof hour. It was awful.
Your body was out of whack.
It was so.
Props to you for even trying on that little amount of sleep.
I went home in the afternoon and I passed out, and my family could not wake me up. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It was awful.
Wow.
I woke up Friday and texted my golf partner. I look outside and it's beautiful, sunny, and it's 8:23 on the clock. And I was like, oh my God, I was playing in a golf tournament that teed off at 8:30. And I panicked.
Oh, my word.
I panicked. I text her immediately, Carrie, I'm so sorry. I overslept. I am so sorry. And she texted me back, ? And I was just like, I'm going to change my clothes. I'll get to the club as soon as I can. She's like, well, you have 12 hours. It was 8:23 at night.
Oh, my word.
I was so out of sorts and so confused.
Oh, my gosh. Are you starting to feel more normal now?
I feel much better now.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
But sometimes, that jet lag can take on the way back. It can take a full week.
Mm-hmm.
So I know a lot of people who are just now coming back from their summer vacations, and everyone's kind of going through the same thing. I don't know why it was so bad this year, but yeah.
Wow.
So it was. So yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Oh, well, that sounds lovely.
I know, right? And you?
Okay, so I have been running children to and from camp.
Of course.
So Tuesday was my off day, and Ray was busy, so I had to get one to hockey camp by 8:15, and then drive the other one to singing camp out in Arlington Heights.
I remember those
And
days.
then by the time I got home, I had been in the car for an hour, almost 2 hours, and then I had to go back and do the reverse at the end, right? Like you got to pick one up, and then I went home, and then she had tumbling in Addison, so we were home for about 30 minutes, and then we got back in the car, and I'm not kidding. By 7 o'clock at night, I looked at my daughter, and I was like, I have been in this car all day.
Oh, yeah.
All day. I mean, thank God it was the lap of luxury. Thank you, Advantage Acura of Naperville. But it was like, I got to get out of the car. I don't want to drive. I don't want to go anywhere. And our traffic, Peggy. I
know.
I have PTSD from some of the drives that I've made of late that have taken twice as long as they should, 3 times as long as they should. It is egregious. I feel for the people who have to do this every single day. We thank you for listening to us along the way. We hope that we keep it entertaining and keeping you from going insane. But when we drove back from Ohio, what was it, like a week and a half ago, we got to the south side at 5:15 p.m. and we pulled into our garage 11 and a half miles later at 7:30.
Oh, my gosh.
It was
scratch
your eyes out, not moving. I feel I should not. I mean, these are first world problems, I guess, but it is
this is not
inappropriate.
This is not first world problems. This is everyday
inappropriate
people problems.
I hate that people have to do that every single day. It is so
Chicago downtown,
offensive.
Either direction, if you're going downtown or if you're leaving the city, it is, you put it in your GPS, it's almost always 90 minutes.
Always.
It's just
always
right off the top, 90 minutes. You're like, what? I could be in another state.
Oh, my word. Yes. Ray was trying to get on the expressway, and he called me at in the afternoon. It was 2:15. No, not even. Like 1:45. He called me at 2:55. Still not in the express lanes.
That's the
and
worst
he's like,
feeling.
there's nothing I can do.
Yeah.
I am stuck.
Yeah.
Oh,
the only thing worse than the traffic these days is when the air conditioning is going out in people's houses. If I hear of one, thank God we got ours fixed a month ago.
Yeah.
We have so many different group texts with friends that, does anyone have a good AC guy? Does anyone have a good AC guy? And I'm like, oh boy, this is a bad time.
It's bad. And and our HVAC guy will tell me, because I had to call him a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm so busy. I can't even catch my breath.
So I had to figure mine out because I can control it on an app on my phone.
That's awesome.
So about 3 weeks ago, I had turned it off because it was so pleasant outside.
Yeah.
And then I forgot to turn it back on. So when I tried to turn it back on, it kept saying, no Wi-Fi, no Wi-Fi. And I was like, I'm just trying to turn on the AC remotely.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't let me do it. So I I think it was just the battery,
in
the thermostat. Mm-hmm. I think it's always just the battery, isn't it?
Isn't it? I know. We had
It's just the battery.
Construction going on in our house for the better part of the last 6-7 weeks, and suddenly the air conditioner wasn't working a couple weeks ago, and I called him in a panic, and I'm like, what could it be? He's like, I don't know. So he stopped over. No one was home.
Oh, no.
And he can turn the unit on from outside.
Yeah.
And I mean, all it was that someone like tapped a wire. But, you know, in that moment, we're like, we just replaced this machine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like our AC last summer. Like,
Yeah.
it has to work. It does. Anyway, so
there is breaking news that we do need to address. What would a Saturday on Peggy and Dion be without some breaking news? And that is that the Bulls are trading Lonzo Ball to the Cavaliers for Isaac Okoro.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of great responses to this trade.
Here's the thing, Peggy. I was there on Wednesday night for draft night, and it just feels like, what are we doing here?
There's a lot of youth movement.
There's a lot of youth movement, and I understand that. And that's, you drafted another teenager. I mean, I think we both have sports bras older than their first round draft pick, right? So, like, I understand they're trying to get with that youth movement. I understand that, and we love.
You know, the phrase used to be, "I have underwear older than that," but the fact that you just made it Peggy and Dion appropriate by saying sports bras.
I did.
That's pretty damn good.
It's true. He's barely 18, like 18. I think he turned 18 in December. And didn't, like, even that pick. I agree. A year ago, Montas Buzelis was also slightly unknown. I knew of him because of what he had been doing in the G League, and Mark Shanowski is all over that stuff. And he had done an interview with him, and he's like, this guy's going to be very good in the league. And so I kind of knew of him. But Noah, we love his name, Noah Essengay, he wasn't on my radar. I didn't know what they were doing. And they felt like this is what they wanted to do. And Mark Eversley, when he was talking about their plans for free agency, it's almost like they want to, they believe in their internal development plan because Montas Buzelis had a decent rookie year at the end. And so that's the direction that they're going to go, rather than go out in free agency and try and bring in a guy to be that, like, glue leader, that big name player.
Trying to be Indiana. They're trying, like, this is exactly what Carm and I talked about. What is going to be the aftermath effect? Whenever in any league, you look at the matchup in the finals and you say, okay, there's going to be copycats now. How are you going to copycat? Now, OKC, they have the MVP. They have studs on the team. But Indiana, I mean, that's going to be the aftermath. Everyone thinks now that they can build like Indiana.
But we don't know
a bunch of guys.
But we don't know if that's sustainable.
A bunch of guys.
Right. And the East is now wide open. So with Halliburton out for the year, it's very wide open. There's opportunity there for teams to move up. I just don't see the Bulls building something that will be competitive right now.
What I have heard people saying about Lonzo Ball going to Cleveland for Isaac Okoro is you're getting a scorer for a guy that doesn't score. You're getting a defender in return with youth for a guy who is potentially a great player. But I would argue that potentially great player has been the label next to injured, injured for his entire career.
Yes.
So I don't know how big the Lonzo Ball window actually is.
Right.
I'm glad they finally were able to get rid of him. I hate to say it that way, but it's just you're so tired of waiting for Lonzo Ball to be something.
Correct. But at the same time, you felt like when he was, if he could have ever been healthy, that would have been, it would have been such a boost for them, right? Because that's what everyone kept saying. Oh, yes. The 12 seconds he played or whatever, wow, they really looked like a great team, which is just ridiculous to re-utter at this moment. But at the same time, you felt like he was a good, solid player and meant something to them and meant something in the locker room. And now, as you see, DeMar DeRozan is gone and Zach LaVine is gone and now Lonzo Ball is gone. Like, we're really relying on 18 to 20-somethings to compete.
Right. It's just, boy, it's got to happen soon, because when I read the quote from Karnisovas, who said that we understand that it's frustrating when it doesn't happen right away. I'm like, right away?
Right away.
Right away.
You've been here for 5 years, sir.
Yeah, 5 years. That's not right away.
No.
That's not right away. The Blackhawks had their draft last night as well. 3 first-round picks for
also drafting children.
Very young children. I mean, oh my goodness,
yes.
Young children. Let's take a break. When we come back, yes, we are actually going to drop the puck and talk a little bit of Blackhawks
I love
hockey.
it. You know I love it.
We're going to talk a little bit about that because everyone wants to know, much like the Bulls, when are the Blackhawks going to win again? So we'll talk a little bit about the Blackhawks. And, well, that White Sox fan who was heckling Kettle Marte, Marte talked about what it was that this White Sox fan said. When we come back, we will talk about that as well because enough is enough. This is getting ridiculous. And when you think that you can say anything, it's like social media. You know, come and say it to my face. And what there's a screen between you and that player on the field that's protecting you. Enough is enough. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well. It's Peggy and Dion. We are live in studio on ESPN 1000.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time. A 3-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th. A day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
You guys know I was on the hunt for a new car and wanted something special and luxurious, yet super practical, and I wasn't sure where to start. So I turned to my friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they worked their magic to find me my perfect ride. I love my MDX. From start to finish, the process was seamless and stress-free. I drove away in a brand new Acura that is sleek, high-tech, and honestly super fun to drive. The team at Advantage Acura went above and beyond for me, but it wasn't just because of me. It was because that's what they do for all of their customers. They want to do that for you as well. So if you're in the market for a new car, head over to Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they'll help you find your perfect match.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. That's why I go to Great Clips. I can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever I have time. They even send me a ready next text when it's time to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips save my haircut details in clip notes so I can get the same cut next time, no matter who I see. And the best part, Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable, I can look and feel great while still having money left over for all of those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Your tee shots can use some straightening. Your chips can use more finesse. Your putts, let's not even go there. Help is around the corner. Golf Center Displays, a year-round automatic driving range with heaters and fans on all stations, a short game area, a 9-hole course that you can even play at night. This is one-stop shopping for any golfer who needs a little help. And don't we all? Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
It's a key ingredient called Tesnor. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. Total T is backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text YOUTH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text YOUTH to 42424. That's YOUTH to 42424. Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dion.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dion. Back together again, live and in person in the studio. Peggy, I was so excited to come in today and get some coffee from the best coffee machine that I've ever had in my office. It's not working. So I was like, it's okay. I know. And I was like, you know what? It's okay. I have time. I'm going to run down to the 3rd floor and I'll just get some at ABC 7. Yeah, that coffee pot's not working either. So I am on the struggle bus. I am hurting. I need some coffee. I'll just have to run to Dunkin' afterwards, I
So
guess.
I have found out that I am not enjoying my Keurig coffee as much anymore.
No kidding.
Yeah, I feel like I'm constantly trying different brands because I like the really strong, bold stuff.
Yes.
And, you know, if I can't smell the coffee, if it doesn't move me in the morning, and I literally mean move me, then I'm really searching, and I think I am going to have to put the Keurig away and go back old school, either French press or try a different Nespresso, maybe. Or is that going to be the same thing?
So I have dreams about an espresso machine in my house.
But isn't that the same thing?
I guess so. We do a grind and brew. We start with we do
so
every
that's
morning.
Like the old fashioned.
And I don't know that I could measure coffee ground already. Like I have to just do the beans and let the machine do it. But you're right. It has to smell like I love that.
Yes.
And you know when it's really good coffee. You know who knows good coffee is Jeff Miller. He knows really good coffee. You could ask him. I know. I don't like the Keurig just because that's so minimal. You're limiting me. Let me just drink the whole pot if I want to. Like, who cares?
I know. I just want it to be you can almost see now the water separating in your cup, and you're like, oh,
what a letdown.
I know. So I bought a French press, and I'm like, oh, that's just a lot of work.
It is.
You know, I mean, it's not, but I'm constantly having to look it up to see how much do I put in there again. You know, how do I do this again?
That much. It's coffee.
Yeah,
I need the coffee.
That's very disappointing when the coffee machines.
I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'll get some later.
Blackhawk fans, what do you think about the moves that they did last night with the draft? Yes, Blackhawks. We are talking a little bit of Blackhawk hockey. 3 first-round picks. The 3rd overall pick from Sweden, Anton Frundell.
Mm-hmm.
He was the top-ranked international player. Likely not going to be with the Blackhawks next year. He'll stay in Sweden. But you should get a glimpse of him in training camp. What did you think of that pick?
I think it's good. I think it's what they were looking for in that moment. They've got somebody who's got experience, who's a presence on the ice, and that's what they needed. Someone to complement what Connor Bedard is doing.
I think tree trunk legs.
Yes. He's very big, and he's like a force, I think is how they described him last night after the draft. They were talking about he's just a force kind of guy.
Hard to move him off.
Hard to move him, which is good. I mean, they have a lot of needs. This is a rebuilding team. This is not a secret. And so I think if they got guys that they can look forward to having, it was interesting, which was the guy that I listened to the press conferences this morning, Peggy, but of course I was doing 12 things while I was listening to them. They drafted, was it Mason West?
Yes,
who
the
plays
last guy
football
that
as
Mason
well,
West,
right?
From Edina, Minnesota.
Yeah, and they talked about
Edina. I don't know how they say it. Edina,
I think. Yeah. They talked about how he hasn't fully committed. If you want to know that someone is truly athletic, gifted naturally athletic,
yes.
He's a two-sport star, hasn't fully committed to hockey, and he still went in the first round.
Yes.
Like, that is impressive.
But that is, we have talked about this for many years, that when your child concentrates only on one sport,
Right, yes.
you are doing them a disservice because they can't be the best, let's just say hockey. You can't be the best hockey player and that's it. Because when you don't succeed at hockey, or say you get to whatever level, you don't know how to lose. You don't know what it's like to be a role player on the bench.
Right.
You don't know
to
what
do
it's
something
like to
different,
be on a losing team. So it is so important to play different sports because you will have different levels of success. But what I thought was interesting was he was getting D1 college football offers,
right?
Mason West,
right?
So he is going to play college hockey at Michigan State, but he still has a year left of high school.
Yes, he's 17.
He's the quarterback
children
of their team.
Yes. I mean, what in Minnesota? This kid is a stud.
Yeah,
on campus, he's the man.
Yeah,
and over 6'5".
Well, the guy that they picked, the 25th overall pick, that Czech
is
winger,
also
is 6'5".
Yes.
So
not
I didn't
on
realize
skates.
Mason West is 6'5".
Yes, not on skates.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, that's interesting.
I know.
Well,
I know.
you know,
and even Davidson talked about, like, this is a unique pick that we made with taking Mason West. Like, that's interesting.
They traded back.
Yeah.
They traded back with the
Yes,
Hurricanes
yes.
to get back in to take him. He said he was going to just go for it, swing and miss.
Yeah,
if you,
yeah,
you
he
have
has
to. But you're going to go for it because this is the kind of kid that could really hit it. So I think that's interesting. But I did not realize, when you say, how long has it been since the Blackhawks have won, since the Bulls have won? Like that.
Yeah.
And then you look and you're like, 11 first-round draft picks by the Blackhawks over the last 4 years. 11 first-round draft picks.
It's
got to start showing.
It's
got to start showing.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous.
It is.
Wow.
And 11 first-round draft picks. How many different coaches?
Yeah,
that's also not helping. I mean, if you're going to commit to developing these guys, you have to have some consistency around them, and that has not been there yet. Now, perhaps now they got it right. I don't know. But that's not helping with kids who are that age.
And you better surround Connor Bedard with some more talent, because otherwise he's going to not re-sign.
Of course.
You know?
Well, although he did say this week that this is the only place he wants to be.
Well,
so.
of course, that's what he said.
I know.
He still has, another year and a half? 2 years, maybe? I think he's got 2 years.
Is it
so,
2?
Yeah.
Well, they said that there were rumors about an extension, that they were discussing that with him. I don't know if that's true.
Interesting.
It is.
So the Blackhawks, they had the draft continues today for the NHL, and also the Welcome Home tour for Kyle Tucker continues in Houston.
It does. Didn't go so well last night.
No, it did not. But he got a nice reception from Astros
he did.
fans.
Yes, he did. Should we be concerned about the Cubs?
Well, I think that there was too much hype. I told this to Sylvie, that there was just everyone's jumping on. Oh my gosh, this is a team just like
starving
World
for the
Series.
summer to be super fun.
Yeah,
and
it's a long season.
It is.
There's going to be ebbs and flows. There's going to be streaks that are good. There's going to be slumps that are bad. So they're
what
still
are we in?
okay.
Are we in
They're
an ebb or a flow?
They're still in first place.
They are. I guess
they just won. They just won in St. Louis.
Yes, that was a big win. Thank you. That showed us back.
But these are 2 first place teams.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
it's true. These are I mean, Houston's on a 5-game winning streak. It would be fun if the Cubs were streaking. I don't know.
They'll get there. I think everyone.
I'm glad showed us back for the rotation. That's going to be really good. And they're just like 2 weeks till the All-Star break. So
We have a conversation coming up that we would love for you to be involved. 312-332-3776. I want to talk about the White Sox fan and when fans go too far. You and I have both seen it on social media, but I have never been someone who thought it was okay to boo. I understand you paid for your ticket, that you should get to boo. I want to know, when have you gone too far? Because we found out what White Sox fan said, according to Catil Marte, and it's not good. After that, we also have a great conversation coming up at the top of the hour with Christine Brennan, the award-winning USA Today columnist, who is coming out with a book on Caitlin Clark. And there is some news-breaking information in that book. And if you do not even have to be a fan of the W. You know what the two sides are about Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, you do.
Some love her, some hate her. And we are definitely going to get into that with Christine Brennan as well. Much more to come. It's Peggy and Dion on ESPN 1000.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Giants.
Live coverage begins today at 12:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
White Sox conversation coming up in just a moment. But listen, if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, this is a great time to be Bolingbrook. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable Southwest suburban location to start, even expanding your business. Rated as the second most diverse suburb and the only community in Illinois to make Fortune's top 50 places to live. Bolingbrook, it offers something for everyone. The Promenade, the Commons Shopping Plaza, freestanding locations, and 36 million square feet in the distribution corridor. Bolingbrook has the perfect space for you. Conveniently located off I-55 and I-355, it is the home of over 50 corporate headquarters already. Come experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself. Visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more and join us at Be Bolingbrook.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, sit with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com!
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Help provide for families in need with food items during Menards Food Drive. Simply head to Menards, place non-perishable food items in the collection bin by our exit doors. And that's it. All donations will be given to a local organization representing your community to help those in need. Head to Menards to help your community today. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
This is Fast Break with Jake. Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dion.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome back to Chicago. This is from the previous pitching change. Torey Lovullo with Ketel Marte in tears on the pitcher's mound, waiting for the reliever to come in, consoling Ketel Marte, who was in tears. Ketel Marte in tears, kneeling down behind second base, being consoled by his teammates. Now, we can only speculate as to what bad news that Ketel has received, but he was very emotional out there. As Beeks comes in to face Austin Slater, the pinch hitter, and Slater batting for Rojas flies out. No idea why Ketel was in tears there during the pitching change. He might be upset about his teammate Ildemaro Vargas suffering a broken foot earlier in the game, but that was unusual.
That was amazing when he had the tears in his eyes, and everyone's like, "What is going on?"
Awful.
And you hear their announcers trying to speculate
What's
like,
happening,
what
right.
was going on, and then when you find out that it started when he was at bat, and that there was a White Sox fan that was right above the dugout yelling at him, and the original story was that the White Sox fan had said something about
his mother,
Marte's mother,
late mother,
and the mother was killed in an accident a couple of years ago while Marte was playing a game in Chicago.
Yes,
and
so emotions were already
very emotional for him to come back to Chicago, knowing what it reminds him of. And then I saw the video of the fan telling the security guard, I called him a bop. I said she was a bop. So I had to look it up.
I don't know what that is.
Jake, do you know what a bop is? Like, I know, I looked it up. Have you just heard slang term?
I've not heard that before.
I've never heard that
I was about
before.
to look it up.
I had never heard it before, so I looked it up. A bop is someone who has had many sexual partners. So it's a slang term.
Wow.
But you could clearly see the fan saying, I said she was a bop. I said she was a bop. Well, then you find out that he went on this Spanish podcast, I guess, Danny Baseball, and in Spanish told them that the fan's comment was actually, I sent your mom a text last night. So I don't know. He was saying more than one thing, like, your mom's a bop, your mom's a bop. And then Marte said, he yelled at me saying stuff about my mom. He was like, I sent your mom a text last night. When everything happened with my mom, I was here in Chicago. I was in this city. And listen to how his manager came to his defense.
It was a terrible moment. Fans are nasty and fans go too far sometimes. And I love my players, and I'm going to protect them.
You could see Arizona's manager, Lovullo, pointing him out, saying, his mom died, you dumb. His mom died, you dumb. You know, it was, I just, and I know that the fan has since apologized.
But I mean, what?
The White Sox have apologized. The White Sox players went up to him the next day and hugged him and said, you know, that is not who we are. The Rate Field put a sign up saying baseball is family. They gave, the White Sox fans gave him a standing ovation. I just, like, this, enough is enough. Like Tony Lovullo said, it's, why do you have to get so personal
that's what
when you hurl an insult? Whether it's on social media, we've gotten it.
Oh, we have.
We've gotten the personal insults. I don't understand why you go for the jugular.
I don't understand the motivation behind that either. At all. And I mean, the crowds are thin already at a White Sox game, right? So whatever you're going to say, you're going to hear it. People are going to hear it. Like what went through this man's brain to say, this is what I'm going to say right now?
Yeah.
I mean, like,
I'm going to just bring up stuff about his mother.
Like, that's what I don't like.
So I know that
I don't get it. My brain doesn't even work that way. I don't understand the motivation behind that.
I know that the big question now is, did the fan actually know that Marte's mother was killed in an accident?
Why is he saying things about his mom anyway?
Was he just like, it's the oldest joke in the book. Oh, I'm going to talk to I'm going to roll over and tell your mom this morning or tomorrow morning when I see her, that stuff like that. Like you hear that stuff and you're like, okay, it's so old. And this fan is 22 years old. That's younger than my kids.
Right.
So they can be idiots. I get it. But he was also sitting in some really nice seats.
Yes.
And so I'm sorry, but that and I am going to completely speculate and judge him on where he was sitting and say that was a privileged fan who a kid that gets away with stuff like that.
Right.
Like, I'm sorry. If my kid was sitting in, like, whenever I would give him seats, I'm like, okay, listen, you have to understand.
Yes.
Like, because my son loves to get into it with fans, and yell back.
Does he really?
And, it's not always good. So.
No, I would imagine.
Yeah. So, you're like, do not say anything stupid.
Right.
So I don't understand it.
I don't understand it either. I don't. I truly don't understand the motivation behind it. I've never felt like this was a fan's right to say rude things that would be so hurtful, right?
Yeah.
And whether he knew or not, what are we doing? Like what? Whether he knew his mother had passed away or not, what is the motivation? I just don't get it.
I know.
And P.S. White Sox fan, stop it. Like seriously, your team is terrible. What are you even doing?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Like it's just I have no space for it. None.
I was trying to think of, I used to keep all of the really insulting
you did.
Yeah, like emails and social media posts that were like tossed at me. Mm-hmm. But my son, on Mother's Day, he sends this. He goes, "Oh, I just happened upon this. Remember this?" And it was one of those.
Oh,
it was one of the first tweets that someone sent about me, and it was so mean.
They're so mean.
And I know you guys are going to think this is funny. And if any one of our colleagues from the station hears this, they are going to laugh. And let me tell you, you might think this is funny unless you're me.
Okay. Well, say it, because I've had some thrown at me as well.
They said, at Peggy Kaczynski, cannot stand her. She looks and sounds like Ruth Buzzy.
What?
Now, I know that most of you in our listening audience have no idea who Ruth Buzzy is. But she was a comedic actress.
Yes, very funny.
On Ronan Martin's Laugh-In.
Great show, by the way.
She was the ugly one. She was the ugly one. She always played the old lady.
She was
and
very
she was
funny.
Like with Tim Conway, she was the two on the bench.
Let me be here to confirm you do not look or sound like her.
I may be starting to look like her.
You are not. Stop it.
I mean, it has been about 20 years since they hurled that insult, so maybe that person was prescient.
I used to keep them too, Peggy. I would keep emails that people sent that told me I didn't know what I was talking about, and the fun when you're not pregnant and someone puts it out on the socials is Dion pregnant?
Yeah.
Gee, thanks. No, I'm not. And I used to keep them too, but then I was like, I remember them, so I don't need to keep this reminder in my emails or
when
whatever.
I joined the radio station here, how long ago was this? Like 4 years ago? 4 years ago.
We just did our 3-year anniversary.
Yeah, so 3.5 years ago. One of the first, after the announcement was made, was from this guy on Twitter who said, can't stand her. She needs a nose job. And I was like, of all my features, of all the features that you could have picked out, my nose is never one that bothered me.
Oh, see, I think I do need a nose job. So
it never has bothered me. So I thought, great, now you're adding another thing for me to worry about. But I looked the guy up and I pressed on his picture.
Does he need a nose job?
I was like, dude, seriously, you're talking about me?
Oh my gosh.
So
you want your retaliation to be sticks and stones may break my bones. Words will never hurt me, but they are so hurtful.
And I know
words are so hurtful.
I think guys are better at just when someone hurls an insult at you, they just blow it off, whatever. But for us, I don't know what it is as women. We just it hurts.
I think it hurts guys too. They just compartmentalize it differently than we do as women. Yes,
I don't think it does.
I think so. I think so.
Okay, who on our staff do you think would be the most offended by an insult?
I'm not doing that.
A, David Kaplan.
No, I don't think he would. I think Cap would be like, take that. I don't.
Jonathan Hood.
No, Hoodie doesn't care.
Carmen DeFalco.
I don't know Carmen super well, but I don't think. Well, I don't know him super well. That's why I was like, I don't think so. No.
It might ignite Carmen.
It might.
Yurko.
No, not in a million years. I don't think he even looks at what people say.
Tom Waddle.
No.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Sylvie.
You think Sylvie? He might react.
I think Sylvie would be the one that takes it, takes the insults personally. If anyone. Yeah. Black and Abdallah?
Maybe.
No, I don't think.
You don't think so?
Nah. No, I don't think they care.
It can't just be Sylvie.
It could be.
I try not to take things personally, but I do.
I know. It's so hard.
I do. I take those comments personally because I want to do well and I want people to enjoy what we're saying.
I know. I know.
But I will say this. Nothing makes me, I think, and you happier than when people say, you guys are so funny.
I know.
Or ridiculous or whatever.
We already think so.
We're funny. It just confirms what we already believe
We
about
appreciate that. Anyways, the unidentified 22-year-old White Sox fan has been banned from all baseball parks, MLB ballparks, indefinitely. So, it's but it just serves as a reminder. Everyone's human, okay? Everyone's human, and everyone has a trigger. Don't try to ignite it. Don't try to ignite
that to people.
Yeah.
It's not hard to just be kind. My goodness.
I know, exactly.
It's not.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we also have a great conversation coming up at the top of the hour with Christine Brennan, the award-winning USA Today columnist, has written a book on Caitlin Clark. Some breaking news in that book, and no matter what side of the Caitlin Clark story you are on, you are not going to want to miss it. All that coming up on ESPN 1000.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Oh, it's almost lunchtime. You can make lunch, dinner, or game day easy now with Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish, from fresh salads and appetizers to pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. Now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. It is Lou Malnati's teaming up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Dine in, order delivery, or plan your next event with these. Order now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free, expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer, or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Click the Education tab at nhschicago.org and sign up today. That's nhschicago.org. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to win the new White Sox City Connect swag package. This month's winner will receive a collection of exclusive City Connect merchandise, including a custom jersey, hat, and more. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
This fall, the Sandman, Adam Sandler, You're My Best Friend Tour.
I feel like we're very good friends now.
United Center, October 20th. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dion
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
With the 12th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Noah Essengay from Saint-Jean-du-Bray, France, and the Club in Germany.
We love his name, Noah Essengay.
Is it spelled the same as your Noah?
N-O-A. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I loved, you were just in France, I loved when he sat down for his press conference at the draft. Most of it was in French. And I just thought that was really cool. And then I kind of wanted to.
But he did speak English, right?
Oh, yes, I thought very well. And then I did want to ask, but he's been playing in Germany. So does he also speak German?
Yes, from what I heard, he speaks, I think, 4 or 5 languages.
That's awesome.
Well, that is like many Europeans.
Why don't we do that in America?
We fight and cry over having to take a second language.
I know.
And, take Spanish. Although they have to do 4 years now. My daughter, okay.
Yeah.
You're going to guess this.
Okay.
All right. My son, going into sportscasting, is now a sportscaster in Topeka, Kansas, right? So what language do you think he took? Knowing
Spanish.
He was going into sportscasting,
Spanish.
Right? No, he took French.
Oh, he did?
I said, are you going to call hockey games?
Right. Like, what are you doing?
And he said, no. I said, Your big love is baseball.
Right.
You needed to take Spanish.
I'm
right?
angry at myself that I can't do both.
My son, who is in hospitality, in like cooking and food and wine, he took French.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
He can speak it beautifully. My daughter.
Yeah.
What in the, I don't know what she was thinking.
Did she take like Latin or something?
Yes! Ding, ding, ding. 3 years of Latin.
Who's speaking Latin in our day and age right now?
She's Latin honors. And I did not realize in the Latin Honors Club that Latin, this is how stupid her mother is, right? That I did not realize that Latin in high school is not just speaking Latin, or they don't speak it really, they read it.
They read it, right.
So we all know the Latin roots, right? So many, the what do they call them? The love languages come from Latin roots. Okay, so we get that. Also, medical books, are in Latin. So she does want to go into medicine. So okay, so that's pretty good. But it also is about the Greek gods and that had me. That
I wouldn't have known that either.
What? And most of the Latin teachers are also Italian teachers.
Okay.
And I'm guessing it's because it's the love languages and it
flows similarly.
Yeah. I don't know. I asked her and she,
so my child, they at our school, at our elementary school, they started doing Spanish stuff in kindergarten. So they he's in 8th grade. You'd think
wow.
I'm not sure he went to those classes.
Oh no.
I went up to him the other day and I was like, "¿Cómo se llamo?" And I don't know. He looked at me like I had 4 heads.
Oh my gosh.
And I was like, "Dude, you don't know what's your name?"
Yeah.
That's like the most basic.
My kids texted my husband when we were in France.
Yeah.
And said, "Has Mom tried to start speaking French yet? We love when she tries to do that." I'm like, you little asses.
We love when she tries to do that. That's amazing.
I'm like,
did you have like a translator?
I said to my one son, I go, well, at least I speak it almost as good as you do, and you took it in high school.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I would actually use the translate.
Yeah, I would too.
But everyone spoke English, so it really was not an issue.
That makes it so much less intimidating to me, knowing that they do.
It was English. Not, but sometimes with the menus, like you look up a word real quick.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's what Noah Essingay, I heard he speaks like 5 languages.
That's very impressive.
Which is really impressive, but he is still a project. He is Sean Bradley thin.
He's so thin.
Under 200 pounds. So they kind of sort of got the rim protector that they've been looking for the last 5 years. Kind of, sort of.
I don't know. I'm anxious to see what he can do on the floor. Now, it was interesting to me that I asked him when he knew he could play at this level, and he said it was that preseason game against Portland, and then Eversley said that's the first time they watched him live and saw him in person against this Portland team in a preseason game. Well, okay. All right. I mean, preseason games, I don't know that that's real.
Yeah.
But what do I'm not a scout. I have to just trust that they did their due diligence. I mean, it's draft night. Everybody got exactly what they were looking for, Peg. That's how that works.
All right. Let's take a break. When we come back, our conversation with the award-winning columnist Christine Brennan from USA Today on her recent book coming out next month on Caitlin Clark. You won't want to miss this conversation when we come back.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dion on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dion here on ESPN 1000, a shortened show. We have White Sox Weekly coming up at 12:30, but we're glad that you are with us on this final Saturday of June. We are so excited now to welcome in our next guest, Christine Brennan, columnist from USA Today, who has been around sports and reporting on sports for as long as I can remember. I'm so honored to have her joining us. She's also a best-selling... Can we hear her? Is she there? Christine, are you there?
Yeah. Hi, I'm here. Hi, Peggy.
Hooray.
How are you?
Well, welcome to our show. We're so glad that you're here. Christine just has a book coming out next month, July 8th exactly, called On Her Game. It is about Caitlin Clark and the revolution in women's sports that she is and has become. Christine, I know you did so much research on Caitlin to put together this book. We are really excited to hear a little bit more about that this morning.
Well, it's great to be with both of you, Peggy, Dion. Thank you for having me. And I'm actually in the Aspen Airport. So if you're hearing announcements, I'm leaving the Aspen Ideas Festival where I spoke. And by the way, where we had a soft launch of On Her Game, and the book sold out very quickly, which was cool because this isn't exactly a sports crowd. But anyway, apologies. I'm kind of trying to hide by the bathrooms at the Aspen Airport so I can talk to you guys. The things we do, Peggy, right?
Oh my gosh, we've been there. Yep.
The glamour of sports writing, but no, it is fantastic. And you know, Chicago. My parents are from the South Side, Hyde Park High School, South Shore High School, and I went to Northwestern, of course. Got my undergrad and master's from Medill. So, you know, just love Chicago, love you guys, and fun to talk with you. But yes, I mean, you know, Chicago's at the epicenter of this incredible story of Caitlin Clark coming from Iowa, just a few hours drive away. The Big Ten, the way she took over the country, not just the league, but the country with those logo threes, you know, chucking it from the parking lot, and it goes in. And what struck me, and I still get this, I just got it today from a guy driving me to the airport. All I want to do was talk about Caitlin Clark. He never watched women's basketball, never cared about it. And now because of Caitlin Clark, he cannot stop watching her and her team. And this is the revolution I'm talking about, where this one team sport athlete, with the magical play, with those great passes, with everything about her that screams out Title IX is 53 years old, and this is the girl next door, all grown up, and it's the kid you saw in your kitchen every morning with the grass-stained knees going to her soccer practice, or the girl you wave to across the driveway as she's getting ready for her volleyball match or her lacrosse with a big bag over her shoulders, softball, whatever. Well, that's what Caitlin Clark represents to the nation. And I tried to capture that in the book, and as you said, it's coming out in a week and a half. People can pre-order, and of course, we're going to be in Winnetka at the bookstall on July 24th, 6 p.m. So obviously, shameless plug there. Apologies. But it really was fun to report and write this because I feel like I've lived it myself. Peggy, you have too.
Yeah.
And here this moment now has arrived.
I have to ask you because, Christine, this is Peggy, you were talking about, she's the girl next door. She's the girl that everyone saw, with the ponytail, was shooting hoops in the backyard. It's also what has caused some of the controversy that follows her. It is incredible how split people are. And on the one hand, I asked my daughter, I said, why did you start watching college basketball, women's college basketball? And she's like, Mom, Caitlin Clark, she is unbelievable. She shoots those logo threes. And then I turn on ESPN and I hear them talking and arguing over, it's not because she's shooting logo threes, it's because she's a wholesome white girl and there is bias in our nation. And I thought, why does it always have to be so controversial? I asked my daughter, and she said, those threes are unbelievable. And yet, Christine, it is unbelievable how divisive she has become.
Well, she has, and she's handled it beautifully, hasn't she?
Yes.
Every answer, as I say in the book, she's 22 going on 40 or 50. I mean, what a gift to the nation, the way she's handled things in the wake of everything. For sure, being a white woman in a 74% black league, we can tell in our polarized society there are going to be issues. And one of the main things I wanted to report and put in the book, and I did, was to talk about that and to talk about how utterly unprepared the WNBA was for this moment, the greatest moment in its history, and what they should have done and could have done that they didn't do. And it's not just my voice saying this. I have the great Dr. Harry Edwards, the man, civil rights leader, the man who was at the impetus for the 1968 Mexico City Black Power salute. Whether you love that or hated that, quite a moment in our country. So Harry Edwards says exactly what you were saying. The WNBA failed its players. They're not damsels in distress. These are tough, strong athletes. But to help these women who have been building the league, and you and I, we all three of us wish this had happened 20 years ago for the WNBA. I've covered it the length of its career, length of back to 96 Olympics in Atlanta. That was the impetus for the 97 beginning of the WNBA. I was doing Lifetime TV sideline reporting in 99. We would have loved to have this happen sooner in our male-dominated mainstream sports world, but it didn't. It's happening now. And so the players, Brianna Scurry is another voice, the great goalkeeper of the women's national soccer team, the first black superstar on that great team. I have her talking about it. Don't blow it. Understand. But what should have happened? Seminars, Zooms, any kind of conversations historically with the likes of Harry Edwards to help the players understand that this moment was so important for them. Caitlin Clark is more important to women's basketball than Tiger Woods was to men's golf, because Tiger, there was already Jack Nicklaus and Arnold Palmer, what have you. The WNBA has not had anything like this. It's the rising tide lifting all boats, right? And yet there seems to be this negativity that you just can't get away from, and it is absolutely hurting the league, and it's going to hurt their negotiating power in the collective bargaining agreements, because, as we know, the last time she was injured, more than half of the TV audience for the entire league, not just Indiana, the entire league, more than half, disappeared. We've never seen a statistic like that before. And they should be, guard her tough. She's feisty. Caitlin Clark is. She's strong. She likes to give it out. Of course, play her as you would play her anyone else, guard anyone else. But this notion of just like Marina Mabrey plowing into her like a freight train, what are you doing? And then to not have that get punished properly, just mistake after mistake for this league.
What do you think it is, though, that the league, why they weren't prepared? Isn't this what they were building for, was to have this kind of attention routinely on these incredible athletes? And the other part of it is there have been incredible women playing in the WNBA before. Why Caitlin, what has set her apart in this moment for this moment?
I'll take the last one first. Why? Caitlin Clark is a basketball player for sure, but she's also an entertainer. In that way, she is like Tiger Woods. We all know the story. Everyone had a grandmother or something who didn't know the difference between a birdie and a bogey. But on Sunday afternoons of the Masters, that grandmother rearranged her afternoon for Tiger Woods' tee time.
So true.
So that she could watch Tiger play. It wasn't about golf. It was about Tiger. We saw it with Magic and Bird. We've seen it with Michael Jordan, certainly. You guys know as well as anyone the power and the value and the impact of Michael Jordan. But women's sports, except maybe tennis, but women's team sports, even the women's soccer team in '99, kind of disappeared for more than a year. I write about this in the book because there was no women's pro league. Caitlin Clark, 8 days after the Iowa-South Carolina NCAA final, that, by the way, had 4 million more viewers than the men's the next night, which is a sentence I thought I would never utter in my life, that more people watched the women's game because of Caitlin Clark than watched the men's the next day. But within 8 days, Caitlin Clark was drafted by the WNBA. So you had this incredible moment where she never left us. She was always in our consciousness. Mm-hmm. And so that's the why. She's really the high wire act at the circus. It's much more than just basketball. And it's an appreciation of her, even by the guys that wouldn't have been caught dead watching women's basketball, 20, 30 years ago, who now proudly wear a number 22 jersey to go to the supermarket, which, again, is just stunning to me. But I think going back to your other part of the question, with the WNBA, I don't think they believe this could be possible because, again, we wish, and I've covered them and I talked about them on CNN in the bubble, that they were doing advocacy as well as the NBA. When most anchors just want to talk about the NBA, I'd say, well, let's talk about the WNBA. Mm-hmm. So there have been other people, of course. I mean, the Sky, you guys have talked about the Sky, of course. But it didn't resonate. And I think the WNBA probably thought, could this ever be possible? And almost didn't want to believe what was happening, even though the barnstorming tour around the country, as you know, was Evanston at Northwestern, my beloved Northwestern. It was Columbus. It was Maryland. Mm-hmm. People standing outside for hours to get in to a women's basketball game in January in the cold to watch one person.
Yeah.
This should have been the sign for the WNBA, but for some reason, they didn't seem to listen to the signals or believe that it could be possible.
Christine Brennan's book, On Her Game, Caitlin Clark and the Revolution in Women's Sports, comes out July 8th. You can pre-order the book on Simon & Schuster. Sign up for the book signing in Winnetka, July 24th at the book stall. You can go on their website to sign up for that. That is July 24th in Winnetka. Go to your small bookshops and pre-order the book. And I know there's more news in there, and there is so much more I want to talk to you about, especially about the Olympic snub, but we are up against the clock. So we are going to carry this over on my podcast with my son on Monday. Christine has agreed to come on because there is so much more to talk about. Christine, we cannot thank you enough for taking the time in your very busy life to talk to us. We look forward to reading the book.
I'm a huge fan of both of yours, Dion and Peggy. Of course, thank you for all you do for Chicago and for being role models for women and girls. And yes, we can talk anytime. It's a book, so there is a lot. But thank you for having me on and talking about On Her Game, and I'm very proud of it. And great to talk to you today. Have a great day.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much, Christine. Christine Brennan joining us. Make sure that you sign up for the July 24th book signing in Winnetka at the book stall, or you can pre-order the book as well. Caitlin Clark book is selling out in pre-orders already, so it's going to be interesting. Let's take a break. When we come back, we will wrap things up. I'm Peggy and Dion.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time. A 3-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th. A day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
You guys heard me talk about being in the market for a new car. Gosh, last fall, I think. And I wanted something special, luxurious, yet practical. Unsure where to start, I turned to my friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they worked their magic, finding me the perfect ride. From start to finish, the process was seamless and stress-free. I drove away in a brand new Acura that is sleek, high-tech, and I love to drive it. The team at Advantage Acura went above and beyond to match me with my right vehicle. They will do the same thing for you. So if you're in the market for a new car, Head over to Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they will help you find your perfect match.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Bub City Rosemont is raising a glass to number 14 bourbon, your whiskey of the month all June long. Taste the strength of bourbon, softened by the sweetness of real Vermont maple syrup. Sip on handcrafted cocktails like the Maple Old Fashioned and Blueberry Smash, or stop by Friday evenings for sampling events to explore the flavor firsthand. Plus, number 14 Bourbon is turning up the volume as the proud sponsor of select shows at Joe's Live this month. Come for number 14 Bourbon. Stay for the music at Bub City Rosemont.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dion on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Wrapping up another edition of Peggy and Dion. It was so fun to be in studio with you today. We did have that breaking news of the Bulls trading Lonzo Ball to Cleveland for Isaac. What is it?
Okoro?
I didn't have it. Okoro. I didn't have it right in front of me, and
Isaac Okoro.
I was like
Okoro.
deep into my brain at that point.
24-year-old.
24-year-old Isaac Okoro. So we'll see what that looks like.
Can I say something about Christine Brennan's book on Caitlin Clark? One thing that we did not get into, and I am telling you guys, she's going to be on my podcast on Monday, so we will get that up and running. That'll be a great thing if you are driving next week on 4th of July, family vacation, or just going over to Michigan or Indiana or Wisconsin. I hope you'll re-listen to our interview with Christine on our YouTube channel, and check out the podcast, Sportscaster and Her Son with My Son, because the Olympic snub of Caitlin Clark was so egregious. It really, really blew my mind that they left it up and all when she was snubbed from the Olympic team, they said, well, she's not one of the best players in the WNBA. Literally, like Christine Brennan just said, she was a week or two from ending her college season.
Yes.
No break, going right to the W. And she had a target on her back. And to then hear at the Olympics, Dawn Staley, in her interview with Mike Tirico, say, well, in retrospect, looking back, she probably would make the team. But, she was so young in her W career that, she wasn't one of the top players. Well, neither was Christian Laettner, an NBA star.
Correct.
When he was added, I'm sorry,
right.
he was considered the best college basketball player.
He was.
And they put him on the team. And instead, you have 42-year-old Diana Taurasi, who was mocking Caitlin Clark in those ESPN, the alternative way of watching the Monday Night Football games and stuff. It was so awful. And Diana Taurasi ended up 0 points, 0 minutes in the title game, in the gold medal game. So really, really.
I know. But again, what sets Caitlin apart in those moments, Peggy, is she handles it. Like, she doesn't.
Don't you want to know if has she had a breaking point?
I wonder that. I do wonder that.
And who is her team?
Everything
is her agent team?
Correct.
That they are doing a hell of a job.
Everything is just seamless. Like, nothing rattles her. I'm bummed that she's been battling injury so much of late and trying to play through it, which is just to credit who she is, right?
That's just who she has a target on her, and she is going to break down physically and mentally.
I'm just amazed at her, how mature she seems. And I did wonder if part of that is that she, much like our quarterback Caleb Williams, are in that first wave of NIL, of having that spotlight on them and being in commercials and representing brands. And so that maturity comes from that in a way, because they're managing so much more than just their sport and academics when they're in college. And maybe that's part of why she is so mature.
Yeah.
I find it very fascinating.
I want to know exactly who is on her agency team.
Yeah.
I think she's represented by CAA, if I'm not mistaken, or IMG. She's got one of the two really big ones. And, the thing is that when they started asking her social justice questions, like, oh boy, to not be prepared for that. And I remember the first time they asked her something and she was like, I don't have anything, to say about that.
Right.
And then people were ripping her for not supporting it. And here you have Paige Beckers. This is one of the reasons why there's so much controversy, because a couple of years ago, Paige Beckers won Female Athlete of the Year at the ESPYs. And in her acceptance speech, she said, I'm accepting this for all the women of color who have been overlooked for these awards. So immediately, she got on in the good graces of all the black women that play basketball, because she was siding with them like, hey, I hear you, I see you.
Yes.
Everyone else may not, but I see you, and here I am. And because that is not what Caitlin Clark did,
that's right.
It is very much, it became division. It became a division, and not just black and white. So I think that there is definitely a sexuality thing about it as well. And it has the opportunity to, instead of catapult the W into a great stratosphere, they themselves are holding their own league and players back by allowing really petty stuff to happen.
Yeah.
It's so petty. And for them to claim it's not happening even to this day, I swear to God, I throw stuff at my TV when I watch ESPN, and they're saying, well, no, there's not. Yes, there is. Stop saying it.
The misunderstanding that seems to be occurring, that they don't... her success will directly benefit the entire league.
Yes.
Absolutely, the entire league.
You'll get more eyeballs. They're going to start going, I like Juju Watkins.
Yes.
Like, what a great player.
Yes.
Paige Beckers, another one. Those who didn't know who Aja Moore was. It's like, yes.
Yeah.
Like, now they're going to be like, wow.
Yes. There's so much talent there to be watching them, to watch them play.
Money to be made.
There's so much money to be made with that league.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she, like Christine just said, the rising tide lifts all boats. Like, you're all going to be brought along with it.
Yeah.
Why would you hate on that?
Yep. Yeah. And I get it. Yes. Like Christine said, Christine has been covering the sport longer than I have. And I mean, I remember when Doug Bruno coached the Chicago Hustle.
Wow.
So I remember thinking, oh, this is it. There's an opportunity for women to play basketball professionally. And that didn't work. So I understand the plight of women and the generations that we are talking about. The Lisa Leslies, that as big of a star that she was, did not benefit from the type of popularity that Caitlin Clark has. So I understand that. But at the same time, it's here. This is like Jordan, Rodman, Pippen. You ride the wave. I was going to tell Christine Brennan, it's when something has just caught the wave, instead of making it a social justice issue and a black and white issue, like sometimes you just have to go, this is mom jeans. I don't get the popularity. I don't understand it, but everyone's wearing them.
Everyone's wearing them. You're right. I don't get it either.
I don't get it, but everyone's wearing them. It's not flattering, but everyone's wearing them, and they're not going away.
I know.
So sometimes you just have to embrace it.
And
be like, all right. Embrace the differences. You don't have to go with it. You don't have to like it, but embrace where it can take you, you know? I swear to God.
This has been so classic Peggy and Dion, right? Haven't we talked about old sports bras and mom jeans? Welcome to our show.
That's right. And next week, we have a full show, I believe,
Full 2
unless
hours?
there's going to be any rainouts and they're going to, which I should bite my tongue because there is so much rain in the forecast that.
And it's been so warm.
Yeah, but next weekend we have a full 11
and
to
it's
1.
a holiday weekend. We should do something really fun.
We should. Jake, are you with us next weekend?
Next Saturday?
As of right now, it's either me or Hannah.
Okay,
great.
Oh, that's right. I thought I saw
either me
Hannah
or
on there
Hannah
too.
on-
We should
next
let's
weekend.
think about
Let's
this.
put our heads
Peggy.
together and actually come up with an idea.
Maybe talk before we walk into the studio.
Hey, I had a good time. It was fun.
I'm so
Thank
glad
you,
you did, Jake. Thank you so much. Did you can tell us the truth. When they told you that you were producing Peggy and Dion, were you like, what the bleep?
No, I was wondering. I was like, all right, what's it like? And they're like, okay, there's the hotkey page, and you should be ready to go.
They're
It was
like,
good.
if you can follow them, good luck.
Good luck with that.
Good
I love
luck.
it. He
Nah, it
sends
was all
us
good.
such a nice email. Hey guys, is there like a rundown? Thank you, Jake, so much. Thank you so much. And we want to thank Christine Brennan for joining us as well. Make sure that you keep your eye out for her book. It's released on July 8th, and then she'll be in Winnetka on July 24th.
You can get the book on Amazon as well. I don't know if you can pre-order on Amazon. So your best bet might be to go into a local bookstore like the one that we talked about earlier. I forgot what it's called already. The book stall.
Yeah, the book stall. White Sox Weekly coming up next with our own Jack McGrath.
Wow,
I
go,
know.
Jack.
Jack growing up right before our eyes. And then the White Sox and Giants coming up this afternoon. Peggy, great to see you. Thanks for listening, everyone.
Have a great weekend.
Listening to ESPN 1000.
Hey, this is Adam Abdallah from the Bleck and Abdallah Show. We're here weeknights 6:30 to 8, or you can catch up with our podcast, available on the ESPN Chicago app. We are proudly supported by Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America. Yuengling is legendary, and now they are here in Chicago.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire Live Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIV golf.com. College students, are you looking to make your campus living more comfortable, functional, and fashionable? Let IKEA help. From innovative storage solutions and furniture to maximize your space, to fashionable bedding and accessories, IKEA is helping make college living truly inspired by you. And now, qualified college students can save even more with 15% off when they sign up for IKEA Family for free. Visit IKEA Schaumburg and IKEA Bolingbrook, or check out the Ready for College section on IKEA.com/US to learn more.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is White Sox Weekly. Your all-access pass to everything White Sox.
Swing and a drive! Deep to left! Gone! That was as hard as a baseball can be hit by anybody.
White Sox Weekly on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now here's your host, Jeff Meller.
Welcome into White Sox Weekly. Not Jeff Meller today. Jack McGrath in for Jeff today. White Sox take on the Giants in Game 2 of a 3-game set. It's a pair of veterans on the mound today, with Adrian Hauser on the bump for the Sox and Robbie Ray for San Francisco. Robbie Ray has returned to form after his Tommy John surgery a couple of years ago. The former Cy Young winner has been great. His ERA this season is actually lower than it was during his Cy Young season. We'll talk about that a little bit more later. Also, Tim Kirkjian is going to join us, the baseball